Good morning, everyone. I'm going to post the Instagram here before I start yammering on about everything. All right, we are going here. Story. I was actually looking through my obi that I brought back from Japan because that's what we're prepping today. We're gonna prep all, or at least a good chunk of that pile, hopefully. But I was like, oh, we don't actually have that many. Obi. So I'm like, oh no. So I guess I know what I'm focusing on when we're back in October now. Okay. The other cool thing is that one of the obi kimono that I actually have here is has visible mending on it, which is super fucking cool. So I was like super excited about that. To see that. Okay, I'm just shuffling things around so I can see both screens here. Why I changed the dimensions on my YouTube box consistently, I don't know. But I also want to be able to kind of see like what I'm doing live. So let me just shimmy a few things here. There we go. And then we'll get into it. Okay, so you might think I'm crazy. I am crazy. No questions asked. But we are going to be trying to prep a few more things for obi and kimono for Dawson Creek. I didn't get all of the kato that we cut and like prepped finished. But on the flip side, I actually ended up running out of D-ring tabs or D-rings, black ones. And I was like, oh crap. Well, and then I ended up with extra time after or for setup, like after setting up at Ancient Arts on Friday. So I was like, oh cool, I'll do my supply run now then instead of having to plan for it on Tuesday, because I was already planning for it on, on Tuesday. But then I was like, we'll do it Friday. They're out of black D-rings. I'm like, God damn. So, oh, there it is. Okay, good. That's actually a better spot then. I was worried. I thought that I'd misplaced my fish for the eyeglass cases. Apparently not. It was just somewhere it's not supposed to, wasn't originally. Yeah, anyway, so they're out of D-rings. I'm like, oh, fuck. So whatever. I have, and then I was like, that was a good reminder to also make sure that I have a stock of the ones that I order from the manufacturers in China, because then I realized that, oh shit, if we have a jet fuel shortage, guess what gets impacted? Supplies. I'm so annoyed. Anyway, those are actually on their way already, which is good. And here's the thing. Anything that I buy in Canada will be manufactured in China. And as much as I want to support local business, the markup on the products is bonkers. And the wholesale pricing is not. It's unsupportable, unfortunately. So it's a really good backup, but no. Now, the ones that I get regularly from Picana, which are the black ones that they're out of right now, they have a really good price, and I do not know how they get it. I'm like, okay, we'll take it. I guess the good thing is don't ask too many questions. Don't ask too many questions. Just go with it, right? So, okay, I am just kind of obviously, I guess, tidying up a little bit. I don't know why this is unclipped, but okay. This is the pile. We're going to go in there, mostly spring obi, and some not so spring kimono. The exterior is the obi, and then the interior will be the kimono, mostly, not as a full rule, but as a general rule. And then why I want to get these cut and prepped today. We're not going to sew them today, but they need to be Scotch guarded, since we're starting that process. I was hoping to have these done yesterday, but what I did instead is I actually cleaned up. The kimono had been sitting here for a while since we got back, and I was like, it was getting oppressive. There's still a couple things that could use a tidy. Well, never mind. The whole room could still use another tidy up. But, sorry, I'm like, my hands are not super dry, but everything, it's just kind of, anyway. But yeah, I was like, at least I could do the kimono and the obi, and it gives me a good idea of what we have for stock, kind of. Like I said, I'm actually shocked at how few obi I ended up coming back with. So I'm hoping that when I'm there in October, I'm able to find a few more. But at least we did find some good spring ones, incidentally, which is awesome. We have a lot, we're working with a lot of really light colors and stuff like that. So it's all good. Current plan is I want to get these cut, and then I'll take a break at lunch, full break, stop the stream sort of break, because I need to actually still go for my run today. And yes, I actually feel like running, so we're going to do that. And then we have to, and that's when I'll do the first coat. I'll do the first coat of Scotch Guard before running, and then I have a fairly good feeling that I'll be able to do a second coat of Scotch Guard by the time I get back. I'm really tempted to do them out on the back deck, and I think I might follow through on that. One of the cool things I did find when I was opening up obi yesterday, this guy, 100% silk, and then it said that it's actually 100% metal thread, which I'm like, what? So I don't know if it's like the silver or like if the gold is also metal. I guess the goldy color could actually be copper. But anyway, the note on it says that it's 100% metal threads. I'm like, so fucking cool. Was it this one? Oh shoot, is it this one? Yes, it was that one. Where'd the note go? Oh no. Is it on the back of this? And actually, yeah, it would be on this then. I have photos of it, but yeah. So that was the sticker was on the interior of it. This is silk for sure, and this is like obi. And it's from the Nishijin Textile Association, which is one of the few like big ones left in Kyoto. And then yeah, it says that it's 100% metal threads. So that's super cool. So I did make sure to take some photos of that. It's like a little, oh fuck yes, it's actually got the Nishijin notes on the back of it. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, I'm just gonna cut that off of the obi because I want to keep that. Normally with the maker's marks, I try and incorporate them into the bags, but like this would fall off. So let's actually trim that down, and I'm going to keep it because why not? And then we'll pack everything up to like so that we can start cutting. By packing up, I mean cruelly abandoning on the floor, but you know, close enough. Is that how I'm doing it? Yeah, that's how I'm doing it. Okay, we're gonna, oh yeah, okay, that is the, like, wait, is that the interfacing or the exterior? It is the back part of this bag. So, Dundurn. Plans are Dundurn, traveler slings. Where's my paper? Let's write this down, because you know otherwise I'm just gonna be like, huh? What are we doing? Are we doing this? I know I've been writing it down on my phone, but this is most effective for this portion. And you know what I'm gonna do? There, all this paper can just come out, get out. Oh, except that those were a bunch of blank sheets. Oh well, you can go back in later. Why do I have a clip there? Oh, those are notes about about the other ones that we already have cut, it looks like. Okay, those will all tuck in there. And then where is my pen? I have a bunch of pens I like, and now they're all gone. It's been that kind of day though, because it's like, so I actually got the kids out the door. Do we have donuts for breakfast? Yes. Are they fed? Yes. I'm a little bit guilty feeling, yes, but We were out the door and I had them at school at like 7:40. The care starts at 7:30. I forgot their lunches. And I also forgot the youngest's birthday invites. And so I'm just like, fuck. So I came home. I was like, okay, the invite's not a big deal because it's like, okay, whatever, I'll just bring them at the end of the day. And then I realized I had forgotten their lunches. And I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll pick everything up. So fucking annoyed with myself. All right, but on to topic. Dundurn, traveler slings, maybe some belt bags. And then a new product, hopefully, is that one with that we're going to use the Obijime for, this guy. So, maybe. Amelia crossbody. Amelia crossbody bag. That's like the lowest priority. Top priority is Dundurn. We do have multiples of that cut already, but I have the wax canvas to do cuts for these ones. So that's what we're going to do. Now I'm going to make notes about what we're going to do on the paper, and then we're going to take a photo or transfer it to the phone, something like that. Brains. Okay. Empty the table, and then get to the cutting. First steps first, empty the table, because otherwise we can't do any cutting. Okay, so this is also a Nishijin Textiles. I just saw, so this is a little bit of the sticker that would have been on, that was like peeling off of the one I was taking off of the other one. Oh God, it might be too bright. But anyway, it's right there. Someone else has removed it apparently. And then this is the maker mark, these are the kind of maker marks I usually try to incorporate into whatever I'm making. So that'll be like, I don't know if that's the artist or studio name. I think it's probably a studio name, but that means that this is also then 100% silk, and very likely that like these silver bits in here might be actual like metal threads as well. I am not paying metal thread prices for these obi. That's always the shocking part of this. And when you say Nishijin, I'm like, oh my God, that's fancy. Oh. I hope I don't fuck it up. I won't fuck it. Well, I'm like, I won't, but there's still potential. This is also cool. This kimono, I was going in to use it yesterday, and I saw this bright blip here, and I was like, wait, what's going on? It's visibly mended. So we're going to make sure that that remains in. And it was just like, that is so cool. And now we're like giving it another life as a bag. So yay. So fucking cool. It's also a really interesting fabric. It was not lined either, so it was literally just these panels like this. This is the exterior, interior, or right side, wrong side. Now, a lot of these pieces do need to be ironed. What we'll do is when we go to tack them down, I will iron them before we tack them down onto the interfacing. And if you're like, Katie, why don't you just interface the whole thing? I'm lazy, and I don't know how much we need. And so I don't want to take the extra time to interface it fully if we don't need the full piece. So we're going to go in and plot out what these linings are going to be for. This one is definitely going to be for that really light peony one that I was just showing you. Because I like the idea of that contrast, especially as an interior to a bag. This pink is going to be for those other two, the gradient floral and the balls, the floral balls. And then there is one more under here that this will go with as well, hopefully. Obviously, we're also going to use a lot of the backs of the obis for stuff, but that's good for like pockets, especially in the Dundurn and things, because they'll contrast with the kimono here. Now, since we are going to iron it, I'm not going to be super careful about how I put it over on the chair there. We're just trying to get everything sorted. This is another one that we're going to work with. Gorgeous gradient and like these very kind of Art Nouveau abstract fans. I figure this is going to be good for traveler sling as well as a Dundurn too. So that'll be awesome. And then, yeah, I'm just trying to keep generally like their exteriors and or their front and back sides together. because as I mentioned, the backside of the kimono is usually really good for doing pockets inside the door, the dundern. All right, this one I do want to make. This has got a lot of fabric, so I'm not worried about like being precious about it either. But this one I really want to make a dundern with, but we're going to do a traveler sling today because I do not have a good wax canvas to go for a dundern. I want to go in for like, either I want to get a gold or I want to get a purple. I feel like that's going to complement this the best. It could probably go with gray, but I feel like that's going to wash it out a lot, so I don't want to do that. And then the like brown that I have up here is, oh, I do have purple. I'm like, wait, there is the purple here. Shit. Fuck yes, the purple. Okay, cool. So the dundern, I'm calling this Floral River because it's kind of like meandering across the thing. And it's going to be dundern floral plus purple. Okay, that was unplanned. I did not see the purple up there yesterday, so I didn't think I was going to be doing that. Okay, strap in, Katie. It's going to be a lot of late nights this week. At least Dallas is home this week, so that helps. I'll just give him a heads up that basically he'll see me tomorrow, and that's it. Until Friday. I already gave the kids a heads up. I'm like, I'm going to be really busy this week. I'm sorry. And then like we got a few more busy weeks, and then we can mess around in like June a bit more. Right. That's how this goes. What the hell? I need. Okay, seriously, I actually prepped and cut. So okay, hilarious story. Not really. I actually ended up cutting or taking the templates to Japan, and then I didn't even use them. Hi, Nicole. Thank you. I appreciate that. If you ever have any questions, feel free to throw them in the chat too, because it like helps. There they are. Helps like focus the chaos a little bit sometimes, and then puts me off on different tangents than I would normally get to. All right, we're just gonna double check. See, because I think that would look really good as a, hell yes. So we could do it like that. And then it's a really large pattern, so I think then we would take some of the plain to do the bottom and the upper. Right? Am I crazy? I don't know, actually. Because if we put it down here, this isn't going to be quite as... No, actually, that does work. Never mind. Lies. That does work. Ugh. Too much thinking. No. Get out of here. There we go. That helps. Because the other ones, it's like, it's pretty straightforward about what I'm doing with them. So, that's just what we do. Oh, okay. I thought that was a maker's mark. It was not. I got very excited for a moment. All right, we got butterflies and this whole... Okay, I do know there's some dirty sections on it, but this is good. Now, the other thing is... Yeah, I sprayed these with, like, distilled vinegar and distilled water, and it has helped with the scent so much. Usually I just, like, air them out, but it was miserable when I got home, so it was... And it stayed miserable. It hasn't been nice, really, since we got home. Because even yesterday, I was like, it's supposed to be nice and warm. And then the wind was bitter as shit. Told the kids we were going to go out, and then I looked at the wind, and I'm like, no. Yeah, see, like, that's... I don't really want to cut the butterfly up. It would be gorgeous, though, and there is a lot of butterflies. Not that one, I don't think. I think we do this one down here, then. Because that, at least, I can get the majority of the butterfly onto the bag. And then we could do the florals for, like, stuff. Oh, where's... Yeah, because there's a purple one here, too. Okay, so there's blue, purple, and then there's the swoop down one. Okay, and how many motifs do we have, technically? So we've got 1, 2... I'm counting one motif as the top butterfly to the swoop down butterfly. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 motifs and like sundries. 6 motifs. Do we want a traveler sling? Pretty sure I took a photo of it yesterday and I was like, this is going to be this paired up with the wax canvas. I actually, so my thing is I actually am not a dyer. I make project bags. And honestly, not that long. It depends on what you count as a good festival. I've also been around for... been making project bags for sale, I think, for about 12 years now, which is insanity to me. I originally started by making... what did I start by making? I started by making the other things. Oh, I was trying to knit for sale and that didn't work. And then I started making bags and then that's when I really could niche down into the Fibre festivals and stuff like that. But Ancient Arts Yarns has a Stampede breakfast. It's free to attend. They just put up the application, so you can always throw your name in there. And yeah, and you'd be able to maybe test it out there, test the waters out there. And that's usually a pretty decent show as well. Yeah, no worries. I am at a lot of places, so it's understandable. I really do want a traveler sling out of this, don't I? I think we should, because that actually looks really spectacular with how the butterfly sits. Okay. Traveler slings out of butterflies. Down swoop. I'm going to call these the down swoop ones. And then, because I don't think these guys are going to be good for... no, that's not that bad. Because realistically, we're going to be able to line it up over top of the zipper. I'm going to get the majority of the butterfly. Okay, so down swoop, or I'm going to just say multicolor because the other one is like monochrome oranges. Okay, so they're both in, and then but I definitely want a dundurn from it. We'll put a oh, that's gorgeous. I just realized the florals here are blue, like the bottom of the butterfly, and then when it's purple, it's also purple. I guess that makes sense. So when you're carrying, it probably gets carried across. Yep. Now I'm going to look at all of these and be like, are these all metal threads? All right, now the one portion of this that is not in amazing shape is actually the white portion of it. It's where it's most stained. If we can't, yeah, I don't think we'll end up using that. That's fine. It can go into the scrap bin for stuffing things is kind of what I've been doing with that. Yeah, because we can work around what's here. I think a couple of the butterflies might be stained as well. Again, I'm not paying antique prices for any of these, so I'm not overly concerned. This one's actually in really good shape for its when I pulled it apart and stuff like that. And actually, speaking of that, are we going to use the back? How badly stained is the back? There are portions of it. So normally this would be the reverse of the obi, and normally I would use this for pockets and stuff like that. That's what most of them go for. But this has got a lot of, it's nothing insane, but it's consistent, and it doesn't look good at all. And then there's definitely some big stains. So this is a well-loved obi. No, we'll keep that around for coverage for when we're Scotch guarding the obi, so it can go up and it can go on my table to protect it. Okay, now I'd made a note yesterday about what we were doing with this bamboo one. Bamboo's a really bright one. Where did I put that note? I also have photos of okay, so the gradient and iridescent floral plus gray, wax canvas. Oh yeah, floral plus purple. Oh, that's the floral river. Okay, right. I'm like, there's too many florals to just be calling it a floral, Katie. Floral balls. Yeah, I'm super mature. Plus basket weave. plus like this raspberry. I think raspberry is the best description. Okay, wax canvas. And then the peonies we're doing with gray as well. Gray wax canvas. Actually, I wonder if, and then the abstract fans is purple. I wonder if I've accounted for everything. Yeah, and then that like swoopedy one was supposed to be gray or brown, but I'm still torn on what we're doing with it exactly. Those need to be listed. Anything else? No, we're good. Okay. Belt bags. I haven't even decided what we're doing for belt bags. This is an interior that is going to go into the bamboo. This is going to be a traveler sling, I think is what I was planning for, but I was also like, it needs navy because it needs a navy wax canvas. Either way, it'll be gorgeous once it actually gets done. But yeah, traveler sling. This red one, I think I decided that I was going to go with brown, to be honest. It's like, oh, probably the light brown. Yes. Okay, cool. And then, okay, so there's one motif, two motifs, the pocket for the dundern. Perfect. So like 2.5 motifs and a lot of fabric for the interior. Sweet. Okay, and then is that a good traveler sling, or do we use this for, or do we just do 2 dundern? Oh, that's really pretty. But it does mean that a lot of the motif kind of gets cut up. It's like, so this would go really good here. Whee. But like, see, then you end up missing out on like the peonies down here and the cherry blossoms up here. So that's just going to be 2 dundern then eventually. We will only do 1 right now though. Right? Is that what I'm doing? I think. Actually, is that good, or do we use the red wax canvas? Because we definitely have more red wax canvas over here. 1 second. I know I'm supposed to cut more, like, this is supposed to be strawberry bags, but we've got enough Cambridge for now. I'm not worried. Yeah, it's a blue red, so that doesn't work. This is like very warm. I think the brown is a nicer tone for it. Oh God. This tan. Shit. No, I don't really know if I like that either. 1 second. Okay, what about the dark brown? It's gonna have to be one of these. Okay, so this is not a traveler sling though. Yeah, I think this like field brown or whatever. This is what I count like as a chocolate brown. This is like that field brown sort of color. Okay. Let's put a peg in that for a moment because we have one more to like assess here, and then we'll figure them all out. I really, really wish that they would give me more rolls for that wax canvas. I am going to start keeping the ones they do give me, but it's still super annoying. Okay, this is the other one. It is got this spectacular fan pattern, and then like it's iridescent with some more fan patterns in there. Realistically, it has 2 motifs. This is the motif that we'll use for the dundern. I know it's going to be a dundern because look at that. We can cut it to the correct width for the bag. And this actually does look really good with the dark brown, it looks like. Dark brown or light brown? I can't decide. The problem with the wax canvas is like, it is actually a very cool toned fabric, at least the ones I've had access to. So now I'm like, And the black is really cool toned too, actually. So I think the dark brown for this one. Okay. Floral fans. So floral. Red fans. Plus chocolate. Wax canvas. Okay. go. Ready? Go back up there. Thank ya. Okay, so dark brown. Red should hang around just in case. And then I think... Okay, so how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is 6, and we've got like 3 prepped already. Okay, so I'm not going to worry about this one. It'd be so pretty though. Oh, and then for the pockets on the Dundurn, I think we'll take the bottom one of these. And then we leave the uppers here for afterwards. Yeah, okay, we're going to leave the floral balls because here's at the end of the day, I'm not going to have time to sew it anyway. So the fact that I'm dithering slightly about the decision making on a couple of these means that we'll decide for Otafest. Future Katie will decide these choices. Make these choices. I like decide these choices better. Okay. And then we do have some kato to finish prepping too. So since that is the easiest part of this prep process, and I know I'll sell them if I finish them, or like, and that's tooting my own horn a little bit, but not by much. And we also have the majority of the rest of this stuff sewn, so pockets and all that. Okay, I'm pretty sure the yellows are pretty straightforward. So we'll finish prepping, and what that means is that we just basically need to trim down. First, we got to cut them in half, and then we have to just trim down 4 drawstrings. They also need to be interfaced, so actually, yes, it's a good time to be doing this now. This will become something for something, probably a lot of pockets, like interior pockets for the Dundurn. I really like this fade here. And this actual pink edge here is with purpose. This is the edge that gets, when the kimono is lined, this is kimono lining. I guess that's not self-explanatory because it's just a big pile of fabric now. But this is what's sewn to the edge. And since this can be seen a little bit while you're wearing it, and the hem and everything like that, it's got this gradient dye. I don't know why that felt so important to explain right now, but that is why it's got the gradient dye and why it's pretty on the bottom like that. Okay, so let's start easy. We're going to start with, these are all cottons. I don't know what more to say about it. They're cottons. I actually just got a cap made in this fabric from, we had Hanami with Ancient Arts Yarns this weekend. Oh my God, get off of me. Apparently I should have put more lotion on because that fluff was sticking to me. Anyway, we just had Hanami with Ancient Arts Yarns this weekend. And one of our Japanese vendors, she's from Sundry actually. I thought that for some reason when I emailed her, I thought she said she was from Airdrie, but apparently I misunderstood. Anyway, neither here nor there. It doesn't matter at this point. But I'd seen her at Omatsuri and the Camor Christmas market as well. And she hand sews all these little itty bitty stuff things and things. And anyway, she gets all her fabrics from Japan, from Nomura, which is super cool. And this Nadeshiko on Aqua was one of the ones she had. And I was like, okay, the fact that I also have that at home and like it's got black cats and it is a cat just felt like too good a deal to turn down. So that was the cat I got. I did dither for a bit though because she had some really good Sakura ones as well. I was like, oh, I can't decide. Now all of these I decided on yesterday when I didn't know if I was going to get any D-rings at all. I did get a shipment of a few black D-rings from an alternate source this weekend, which is good. But these are all ones that I am comfortable putting in gold D-rings. And honestly, it's enough. Between what we have to finish from what we prepped last week and these ones, we're good for now. Now I do still have those D-rings, which is good because we'll need them for, actually we're going to need them for the Dundurn because we're going to swap out so that we can add a crossbody strap and stuff like that, I think. Basically, I'm going to mash up. So there's 2 patterns with that we're going to smash up for the next round of totes. It's the Aberdeen by Hammer Stitch Designs with her Dundurn, because the Dundurn zip is kind of floppy, and given how much work and how much material goes into these bags, they are quite expensive, and it just looks sloppy. And I like the fact that you could add on a crossbody strap for the Aberdeen, but the Aberdeen is smaller. I swear up and down I thought the dimensions were the same when I bought it, but whatever. We'll smash up the directions and just add the zipper in so it's not floppy. And actually the leather handles on the Aberdeen are slightly shorter, and so they look less floppy as well. Now I know that's also a little bit of like leather temperament and stuff like that, but it's just gonna look better. You're welcome. I hope to see you there. That'd be awesome. And good luck with you for you too. All right, we got some sheep. I did decide to do the birds. The birds can totally have a gold D-ring. We've got some of the like very, I don't know, traditional ukiyo-e kind of style. Like, I definitely recognize that mountain. I cannot tell you who did this mountain, but I feel like it was a woodblock print. And then we got 2 more of the cats. And all the cats are getting these ones because their highlight is in gold. They get gold D-rings. I think we also... Oh, shit. We're going to have to actually go in and figure out the D-ring tabs. Okay, we'll come back and cut those afterwards because we have more than what we need for what we've cut right now and almost sewn. So we'll finish sewing what we've mostly sewn, and then we'll come back and we'll do the D-ring cuts after that. Okay. Selvage goes over to becoming gyoza bags. Non-selvage ones go over to becoming kato. That's what we're separating up right now because we've cut the width of fabric, obviously. I guess maybe not obviously. We've cut the width of fabric, which means that then we've got 2 pieces of approximately or hopefully the same size. And then what we're going to do with these guys that have the selvage that are getting pulled right now is we're going to go in and I'm going to make the gyoza bags from them. We'll trim this section down and then that can become wristlets. That's what I've decided for them because I'm like, well, now we're making a different scrap, but that makes sense. Wristlets. Okay. Kato. Gyoza. Kato. Gyoza. I know that she's an Irish designer, but like Kato, K-A-T-O is so Japanese. It makes me happy. Oh, shoot. I think, yes, this is where I was piling gyoza bags. What I should do is I should pull the gyoza tote out and we should start piling in there instead. But you know, we'll get there eventually. Okay. And then I trimmed down the width based like to the fray edge of the selvage because I'm a terrible person. It's okay because it gets stitched in, right? So, but it's easier to work with that on the drawstring than it is to work it on it with the fray towards the top of the bags. Okay, like that. And it also, so what I do is I even up the edge along where we cut them in half. And then if there's any discrepancies, they get trimmed down right here. This birdie's is actually quite wide. So realistically, I probably should do a little bit extra trimming, but whatever. Actually, it's not that much wider. It's just that the other ones are very strictly on that like 42-inch width, I guess. I don't know. Okay, that one is there. Yay. Okay, this one. And I hope that my rotary cutter can get through all of these. Maybe, who knows? These are like donut cats and like pastry cats. They're super cute. All right, where is my... All right. Like, I know I saw it this morning. My ruler. We're going to make sure that, like, I'm pretty sure this cutting mat is accurate. Apparently, some people's cutting mats are not accurate. And I'm like, well, then what's the point of having a cutting mat that has markings, right? I'd be so pissed off. This one looks fine. Okay. Here to here plus a 1/2 inch. The one thing is it is bowing here, so it's probably time to replace it. I also bought it for like used for 20 bucks. So I'm not, well, I don't want to have to replace it if I don't need to, but it's coming to be time because it's definitely got like a lot of cuts where we cut consistently, or the person before me cut consistently. And also when you iron on it, apparently with the quilt board isn't enough to protect this. What I should start doing is when I do that is I should start pulling the cutting mat off. However, that sounds like too much work. Okay, drawstrings, which is perfect because we still have dark thread in, and singing, I was like, a bunch of these need dark thread, like 2 of them. Whatever, still 2 of them need dark top stitching. These need to be interfaced. Okay. Now, the insanity of doing... Okay, so what I do first for working with the obi and kimono is obi and kimono, this is what it looks like, right? This is what the before you actually work with it is. That's not a good example. This is very slippy. It doesn't like staying in one spot. You can see the drape, I think, on camera even. So if you try to cut out your nice curves and like even straight on this, it's gonna go wee and run away from you. So what I have started doing is I will do a rough cut and then we'll go in and actually interface it. And then we go in and we do the final cuts. This is a partially finished belt bag that I fucked up last year. Have I lost pieces to it? 100%. We will figure it out later. Anyway, we do have some good options for pockets and actually this would be a really good interior maybe for something. Actually, even for that red with gold fans, or we could keep it for belt bags. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Or this would be a good one to experiment with for that Amelia bag, the crossbody. This is definitely a good one for interiors. So these are basically the rectangles that kimono and hari are made out of. And then like there's very little shaping of it, which is super fun. This guy's already interfaced, so that's a very good candidate for a pocket. Wouldn't even need to, like we need to just tack that down a little bit. And then what else do we have here? We got some blue, which that's large enough for something. Actually, that would be a good backing to a exterior pocket because that is the one thing that we do have to do versus the pattern is we do need to interface the front pocket because the front pocket in the pattern is not interfaced because it's wax canvas. We are using obi for one of the pockets or the front pockets, so we do need to interface it. This is a really good interior, especially because I think even with cutting that off, we still have enough for pockets. And then this is good for smaller pockets. This is one of my favorite kimono. This was one of the original that I purchased to do kimono lining with, so it's got a soft spot in my heart. It's almost gone, which is good. It's good. We do have a sufficient amount of kimono for our work for this year, I think. I think we actually ended up with more kimono than obi. I'm like, oh, okay. That's a big problem. I prefer the obi on the exteriors. We could technically use the obi or kimono on the exteriors, but the obi are a little bit heavier weight fabrics. And so I find that personally, that's what I would prefer on the exterior of the bag. Okay, we're gonna have to prep some more labels. I should find out from my brother-in-law if he has been able to finish cutting the leather that I gave him. I know my sister-in-law was saying that the house smelled like branding, and I'm like, yep. But hey, he's using his laser cutter. I don't know what you want. Because here's the thing, same as us, right? It's like collecting hobbies is a separate hobby from doing hobbies. Okay, and then these are just a bunch of interfacing scraps. I don't know why I'm wandering around with them in my hand. Okay, do we have a clear enough spot? Not really. Canvas, scraps, leather. This is good leather cuts for what we're doing right now, the dundurn, because it can become the little like reinforcement tabs and the little ones that we're going to put on the exterior to hold the crossbody. Oh shit, and then we need to, okay. We're not changing much about this cut. The two things I need to do about this is we need to make sure that when we cut it, the obi isn't quite the right width, so we have to add on wax canvas. So I actually have a cut diagram here. Ooh, I should actually, you know what, we should laminate. Can I? Right, because if you laminate and then write on it with a dry erase marker, you can like scribble it out, right? Is that how it works? Because then I could like check these off as we get them laid out or cut, right? Am I crazy? It's not the reason I'm crazy, but is that crazy? I don't think so, right? Okay, and then that's the Amelia. Excuse me. And then this is the traveler sling. Okay, traveler sling is the top one. Belt bag is like after traveler sling, and then Amelia is the very last one that we're even going to contemplate cutting today. I would love to add it in though, because I think it is adorable, and I've had these OBGMA waiting to be like made into bags. Okay, if I was actually able to clear this completely off, it would of course be better, but whatever. Okay, so yeah, that's already, the question is, oh, I even have dry erase markers right here. Fuck yeah. I even have thin pink dry erase markers here. Yes, right? Because if I put it on here, oh, I've used up all my, not perfect, close enough. Okay, cool. That's going to help us stay a little bit more organized, I think. Because, yeah, so I have a note that the slip pocket panel has to be, so it's Nihon, Japanese, plus wax canvas to make the correct width. Some of these we don't need to do that. Some of them we do. So I think what we'll do then, what are we going to do? Yeah, because I have that note, Nihon plus wax canvas to size. Okay. Also being a terrible sewist, and I'm definitely using my rotary cutter to trim down these things to clip on. I have done these with, or I did the like cheap lamination via packing tape earlier this year, or what, like early last year or late last year. And then I went and got myself a liner or a laminator, because I was just like, honest to God, A, I'm going to need it for the kids probably for schooling. B, I'm like, I lose these pieces anyway, and yes, it takes some time to cut them out, but it's still going to be like faster to laminate them than put the tape on them, and it's probably about the same price or cheaper than using the tape, to be honest. All right, one thing I would like to propose for people who do these cut maps, I love it. Please, for the love of God, start putting the name of your patterns on them. Because here's the thing, they all look the same. It doesn't matter who I'm buying it from. So that's why I have noted in my shorthand what each of them is from. But like even the cutting instructions doesn't anywhere have like that this is hammer stitch dundurn. It's just like, there is the designer's name at the very bottom of the page, but that's it. I don't know. That's my like one request if that I'm putting into the universe for pattern design stuff. I just feel like it'd be easier to have it fit on there properly if the designer was to do it first. I know it's a little bit more work, I'm sorry. Can I annotate it? Yes. Would I prefer not to have it, to annotate it? Also, yes, that's part of it. Why is there not two? Oh, right, because the other one's constructed. Okay. I'm like, why isn't there two back panels? Because the back and the front are like basically the same. But no, that makes sense. Okay, we do not do the zipper facing because that's not how we're, or zipper casing, that's not how we're going to do it. We're going to sew it in like she does for the Aberdeen. That's why it's marked out. Upper zipper panel, bottom panel. Zipper casing is a punt. Main lining panel. And I think the other ones that we prepped before Japan are also ready to go, I hope. I say that and now I'm like, I don't remember. I know the exteriors are ready because I just Scotch guarded them the other day. Obviously I didn't Scotch guard the wax canvas, but I did Scotch guard the obi pieces. I even got one of the traveler slings we still need to work on. That's like been prepped for a while. Scotch guarded because I was just like, yeah, may as well. Well, it's not sewing. Okay. So that is zipper casings. We're going to ignore those. ST. Okay, let's see here. No. Come here. A. Because what I like to do first with these is I will actually lay them out on the wax canvas as I'm cutting them out based on this cutting diagram. Okay. And what we're going to also do is we're going to organize them based on if they're Japanese or not, basically. A. Okay, 1. B. 1. C. 1. D. I saw it. Okay, there's 2 of E. Is there supposed to be 2 of E? Yes, that's the side panels. Okay. D. Lower zipper panel. That's Japanese. E is side panels. Okay, so B is slip pocket, C is upper, D is lower. Perfect. Side panels, wax canvas. Bottom panel, wax canvas, which is F. Okay, so E, F, G, lining fabrics. Lining facings. Okay, right. G. Good. H, interior slip pocket reinforcement. Oh, and there's 2 pieces of G. H? What? Interior slip pocket reinforcements. Where the fuck is H? Is there not a cut thing for H? What? It might not be, I guess. Do we just go 8? Do we just go G to J? What the hell? Okay, so A is waxed. Whatever. N is an M, M. Okay, so L, M, M, N. L is zipper pocket lining. M is main lining panels. N is interior slip pockets. And then S and T are once they're actually like assembled exteriors. Okay, so these are all wax canvas for the Dundern. There must just not be, and then we don't usually use the zipper tab. Actually, we might use this, no, because we're going to use the Aberdeen zipper tab. Anyway, there might not be a thing for H. Usually I just plunk them wherever they're going to fit anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. I'm just like, we just cut it though. Did I already lose something? Like, what the fuck? Okay. Oh well. Okay, so these are the Japanese portions, and these are the wax canvas portions. And then I'll clip them together before I store them. That's the exterior panel stuff. I don't use that a lot because it's pretty obvious once you have a zipper in it. It's a zipper panel, right? So. And then let's just hope we have enough wax canvas. Enough wax canvas. That would be useful. Okay, these are the cutting instructions for the Dundern, which also has the information for the ones for the cotton and cotton linen. There's the information for the Aberdeen, but we are ignoring the Aberdeen more or less. That's the Cambridge information. See, this is what I mean. It's like, it all looks the goddamn same. Cambridge. Oh, I totally make my straps shorter than she does. Oops. Yeah, whatever. They're big. They're long enough. Okay, and then, okay, so that's the Cambridge. We don't need that. We do need the Dundurn. We need those cutting instructions. This is for not what we're working on right now. This is the strap reinforcement stuff that we will need to cut down. Okay, so let's do this like that. Good enough. Now, we do actually need to clear off the rest of this because we don't have enough room for the wax canvas now. Okay, I am putting my notebook right here because that tells me what colors we're pairing everything up with. First things first, we're gonna do the obi. And then we'll go in and we'll do the other stuff. Okay, you definitely fit in there. There's our cut instructions. There's our shears. We need all of that. We are doing, and then actually I do need, we're not doing any more cuts of minis, but I do need the 2 snap pocket things, and I also need the template for the pockets. Okay, so we need that one. Or this one. We'll take both of those, whatever. Okay, and then all of these just go like this. Just make sure that I got everything I need. Because if we can, we'll get a few minis done. I doubt we will. But you never know. Maybe I'll be absolutely nuts. Get it done. No, it's not going to happen. Am I going to be wild and crazy and just throw this in the file folder thing that's supposed to hold it? Maybe. Am I just going to start throwing shit around so I don't have to deal with it right now? 100%. Those are too small. Fine. Yeah, we're just going to throw this. Okay, but it's in the file folder thing that's like designated pattern spots. So, it's like half right. Okay, that's the Amelia. There's the rest of the pieces for the Amelia. There's the rest of the pieces for the Amelia. Okay, so actually we need to keep all of these in reach. Just realized that making the bottom of the Amelia out of denim would be really cute. Yeah, that would be really cute. Okay, these are all just, like, again, I don't know what they're for. Traveler pouch, garbage, garbage, garbage. I'm pretty sure I'm keeping this paw print fabric for bookmarks, so we'll pop it over there on the not discard pile, but not discard pile. Scrap pile. We're finished with you for now pile. I think that's the best description. You are in the way pile if you stay on the table. Oh, God. Okay, I do want to keep that. That's going to go up here for now. Super fun. I was actually thinking the other day we should do a few more coasters before this weekend. Basically cut the coasters and adhere them to the felt, and then I could always just bring the I can bring them and cut them when we're there, really. A little cutting mat or something like that. Okay. Are we good? Can I fit that wax canvas on here? Pretty damn close, if not. Not quite. Okay. These notes need to go down here. Blunk. These notes need to come over here. That's the cutting diagrams. This we've done everything we're supposed to, because that is actually the cutting directions for the kato we just finished, or are in the process of making. Nail file, which actually I do need to keep. I was like, I'll put that upstairs. I don't need it down here, but yeah, no, we need it down here. Okay. This also doesn't need to be here, I guess. Look at this. Cutting table mostly clear. Who am I? And if you're like, that's not very clear. For me it is. The fact that my studio right now is not in utter disarray is shocking. And very pleasing. Mostly shocking. Right, I'm actually putting the heat knife in the little tool drawer here because it's got a little sharp end and I don't feel like hanging that off of stuff. And then this, which is a little bit larger, can also go down in there with it. Okay, get out of here. I also don't need my pinking shears here because we're not doing glasses cases right now. Weights are probably a good idea. Okay, and then there's a bunch of like leather in here, I guess. That's stuff that needs to go into the scrap bag. Interfacing can go in there too. And then this leather is good stuff to like cut washers out of for the dundurn, or yeah, whatever we use the reinforcement stuff for. Okay. Now we're set. Or as set as we're ever going to fucking be. Okay, let's... No. Let's cut the lengths that we need for the obi and kimono because it is the most time pressed due to the scotch guarding. Okay. And that's part why I wanted the nice big clear spot, is then we can just lay it flat. Pretty much, or more or less flat anyway. Okay. So, first things first. This. So this right here, this portion is what's going to become the main panel for the dundurn. Now that we're working here, I'm gonna move you down a little bit. I know the laminating them has helped quite a bit. I was working with the, with like, oh my God, guys, what am I trying to say here? I'm going to move my face cam out of the way because now we're working on the table here. I was working with templates cut from like those things, cutting boards, but they get damaged and stuff like that. So you'll notice some of them are the cutting boards. Where that is superior is that it's really good for the cutting board. Pattern placement, which is actually why I was doing that. I forgot that. So I definitely... So what pieces? Oh, it's mostly laminating the cut sheets. That's right. Okay, cool. Okay. So we're going to take those cutting instructions and these guys. Okay. All right. These are all the Japanese cuts. So we need 2 main lining panels, a zipper pocket lining, a lower zipper panel, an upper zipper panel, and the slip pocket panel, and then the interior slip pocket. Okay, so if we're lining it with this, then I want to have something in a different colorway for the pocket. So in that case, I think actually that haori, or the kimono with the roses on it actually works the best. Okay, and what did we decide on for abstract fans? Okay, floral red fans is chocolate wax canvas, which is good. We've got that. Okay, so we're gonna do the slip pocket panel, which needs to be that by that, and let's just measure how high this is. Okay, so it's actually 2 inches too tall. Ding, 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 ding. Right, because it's height by width. It's a really good width for this cut, though. It's like we'd be able to get the full thing. And actually, we do need a little bit extra when we add it, because obviously then we have seam allowance. So it's going to actually be like closer to that width. Oh, now I'm annoyed. Okay, so what happens if I take off the 2 inches? We end up losing fan on both sides. Shit. Well, that sucks. Or we could take 2 inches off on one side and keep the fan on the other side. Which means that we take that much of this one fan off. Oh, I don't like that at all. Okay, never mind. I thought that was the perfect motif for the dun-dun, but it is not. So, actually, no, we don't need to. I was like, we gotta turn this mentally. My brain was like, turn it. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, so this is the motif for it. Okay. So if it's, because here's the other thing is we do have a little bit extra because there's always a selvage. Well, not always, but this one has quite a wide selvage. La 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 la. Okay, so it's okay, almost 14 inches wide. And then how tall is the motif? Thank goodness. Okay, so it will cut off a little bit on the top here, but it's less patterned than losing one of these on the other side. I would, yeah, no, I prefer that. Is this the correct width for, or is it like, okay, if I iron it, is it going to be the correct width for the pockets? And then I can just do side by side cut, although that doesn't really matter. It is wide enough for that. Okay. Because it's height by width, right? Height by width. So the same, oh no, okay, so that doesn't work because, yeah, because it's not wide enough. Okay. So much math. Stay in school. There's always math. Okay, so this is going to be the panel. So let's decide exactly where we want this panel to fall then. And then we'll worry about the rest of the cuts. I want the full fan. So we're going to go with an extra inch below the fan, actually. Yes, an inch below the fan or else it's going to get involved in the like bottom seam. It does slightly cut into this top fan, but that's okay because then I can incorporate this into the zipper panel, I think. Ooh. No, we don't want to go that far. We'll go a ½ inch from the fan, because then that puts us a very generous amount above the this one. Okay. Now let's see if I can just pretend that I'm going to line this up with the inch marking here. Perfect. I am still going to cut just above this fan because interfacing. And so it's just, yeah, a little bit of room for error. Again, Obi is slippery. It isn't too bad right now because it's still pretty much in one piece. Blah, blah, blah. But, you know, better safe than sorry. Okay. So this needs to come shimmy. Good. And then we need to trim it up right here. And we're going to add an extra ½ inch on top here for the interfacing, as I mentioned. Actually, no, we're not. We're fine. No, we are, because if any trims need to happen, then I don't need to worry about it. Done. Okay. And I said that I was actually going to do the fans, but if this is wide enough, then we're going to use this with the zipper panel. Oh, it's not quite wide enough. Although, honestly, if you did it like that, that would look really cool. Because then okay. I don't want to call it a waist to cut into those ones, but like the height, actually, how wide are they? If they're wide enough, again, okay, yep, too good. Because the zipper panel is basically here. Perfect. And then we can like trim it down to its correct width. Fine. Okay. I need to add an obi piece for lining the pocket, and then we're good. Wait. Oh, right, because it's... Okay, so that's the slip pocket panel. Upper zip and lower zip are the same width, so we can cut the length. Okay, so that to here. Is it the correct height? Or are we going to look really weird? Yes, it's going to look weird. Okay, so what if I cut it from down here? Okay. Because how tall is this motif? Nope. I don't like that. Okay, so we are going to cut it. How wide is it's not quite wide enough, right? Or is it wide enough? What is it? If I get it ironed, it is wide enough. Okay, and how wide are you guys? Except it looked kind of weird to have two fans. Would it? No, it would be fine. So basically just use both motifs on one dundern. That kind of sucks, but like, whatever, then I'm not dithering about it. Yep, done. Okay, sweet. So then what I need to do is I need to fold this in half and just make sure we're cutting it to the width of the, so that we're half and half on the width. Proper. It's too wide, but and we want to make sure that the fans are as centered as we are capable of making. Okay, so that is the center line, which, okay, I can still see that even unfolded. Well enough, at least. Perfect? No. Good enough? Yes. Okay. Sure. It's right there. So let's actually line it up so that we do have a little bit extra on this one. And then we'll figure it out from there. We'll line this up here so we cut it right there. The other part of this is like, it's way easier to trim down the slip pocket than really even this, or the zip pocket than the slip pocket, to be honest. Okay. First cut. Doom, doom, doom. Everything agrees. Second cut. Okay, so there is the upper and lower zipper panels. This, and again, this is where this comes in, is that we'll have a lot of prep work after we interface and Scotch guard everything, because it's not worth me trimming down right now if it's just going to shimmy and shake everywhere too. Okay, and then this is the first portion of the slip pocket panel. The florals need to have, okay, so we need a certain width. This is not that width. So we're going to need, I love how it measures different in every different section. It's like, it's exactly on in one section, and then this section, it's slightly off. I know it's all this is handcrafted, hand woven, all that. It was just like, oh my goodness. Okay, but I'm gonna say it's that. I'm gonna say it's that. No, we're gonna say it's actually the width that it says it is, unless I trim down a 1/2 inch. Could trim down a 1/2 inch, and then it would be easier to like math. Or we could take larger seam allowances. Or we could take the actual OB. Does that actually line up? Okay, there we go. So this is actually going to be the seam allowance. Quite generous, I know. But then we can take this measurement right here and we don't have to worry about it. And that makes the wax canvas easier to cut. So is that to that maths that way plus that. Okay. So the red floral fans equals this means plus this which means that we need, what is this, height by width? Height by width. So we need equals this by this of chocolate brown. Perfect. Okay. Coolio. I'll take it. So that is the panel. That is the zipper lining. Ready? Okay. And now we need We need lining panels, which these perfect. It's super easy to cut. And then we also need a pocket lining piece for the exterior so that we can stitch that together. So let's start with the main lining panels. I'm pretty and then none of these need to be Scotch guarded. Just that needs to be Scotch guarded. Okay, cool. So that's easy. Easy. Well, okay. Easy enough. This just needs all the interfacing, which is where this becomes a contention point. Okay, so what's the height? The height is perfectly fine. Acceptable in here. How wide? I can get all 3 pockets out of this one. Yay! Actually, did I interface the pockets on the lining on the slip pockets? I'm pretty sure I did. Oh yeah, I did, because otherwise it's all right. The warbliness doesn't work. Okay. There's the width that we need there. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Yeah, my math works. Cool. It's basically a yard and a half of OB. And as you can see, we still have a significant amount of OB left. I am going to cut it a 1/2 inch too large, because why not? We're just using this OB for this one. Yay! Actually, I have a feeling that those fans will work for a belt bag, so that might be part of what we actually do prep right now as well. Again, probably not for piece, but if we don't cut it, it won't be done for Otafest either. Okay, so that is lining and slip pocket lining. We don't need to worry about that right now. Main lining panels. Now we need zipper pocket lining. I know I brought my clip bin over here. What the hell? The little clip bin is from Ginger Snap That and Mr. Snap That. It's 3D printed kitty cat bowl. I love it. Works really well. Okay. Main lining. So this is where the dry erase comes into play. Is realistically, I should go along and check mark these as we get them finished. Where the hell did my dry erase marker go? No, gone forever. Disappeared. Okay. I did talk about needing the... What else do we need? We need... Like, Katie, you have a little cheat sheet right there. I know. Zipper pocket lining and interior slip pocket. Slip pockets? What? Do we stitch it? It's one piece and it just makes one, right? And I don't even know if I need anything different because of the Aberdeen mashup, but we'll find out, I guess. Dun dun. There she is. Yeah, because the last ones I did the snaps, and the snaps were fine, but I prefer the look of the zip. Oh, okay. It's just because, yeah. Sweet. Oh, shit. I need to go get rivets tomorrow. Okay. Sorry. I usually forewarn people that this is a very sweary podcast. Okay, I see. Okay. Interior slip pockets just means that we're cutting one piece and then we're stitching it like we do the kato. It's all good. It's just the plurality threw me off because I'm like, I'm pretty sure I don't need to cut 2 pieces, but you never know. Ah. My brain's like, that's more work than I intended. It's always more work than I intended, though. Okay, anyway. We have this little gorgeous peachy piece. These are actually plum blossoms. That should go with the little bit more floral, like good morning floral. Good morning. Fuck me. A little bit more spring florals, but I'm thinking this would look, yeah, because this is a little bit more red. This one's very floopy again, so it really does need to be, it's also still got a lot of its stitching thread in it. Jesus. It does need to be ironed and interfaced before I even consider cutting it. That does mean that we'll probably make, actually, yeah, we'll plan out how many slip pockets we can make out of it, and then we'll just ensure that that's what we make out of it. Bamboo is just going to become traveler sling. That's what I was going to do with it. And actually, I think we'll cut an Amelia out of that as well, just because I think that'd be really fun. Now, do we go with a pattern just for the base and then go solid for the top for the Amelia with the little flap? Or do we, because the flap is quite a bit smaller, so I don't want to waste the motifs, but, oh, and do we have, yes, we actually have one there that would look really good. I'm like, the big thing is, do we have an OBGME that would look good? And we do. Okay. And the back of the bamboo there is actually really good for lining as well, so that I don't even really need to plan lining for the Amelia. Unless this fits, which it might. That would be cute. Just like, actually, I wonder if a lint roller would pick up those, because usually it doesn't, the threads don't bother me too much. This is just a lot of thread. Right, and lint rolled after doing all the leather work the other day, and it's just like leather. Ugh. Okay. He really doesn't like it. But they are coming out. Yeah, there we go. So if you ever see threads in your obi bag, just be aware that it's just because they were left behind after like opening the fabric up. Hey, yeah, there we go. That worked well. It's like super satisfying. Holy. Like, and I know this is bad. Pimple popping level probably. Oh yeah, there we go. Actually, I never really liked the pimple popping, but a few years ago I stumbled on like an audiology clinic that does ear cleanings. Oh, that was so satisfying. I don't know why. It's so gross. And like, it's just chill. He explained stuff really, like, it was also like kind of educational. It was like on that morbid curiosity kind of edge, I think, a little bit. Like, ooh. So, just satisfying. Bet you those are knotted. There's like the tiniest knots in these things. Hey, actually, yeah, what does it work if I do the back too? Yeah, it does. It looks like. Sweet. Okay, we're almost done. Come on. I know you want to come out. Yeah, you're almost there. You're almost there. We've almost got you out. Okay, and then we'll measure this. And we'll figure out how many slip pockets we can get out of it. Because this can be, this will be interior slip pockets only. So basically I'm going to fold it in half. What's height is that? Width is that? Now the one question is this tall enough? I know it'll be wide enough. Height by width. Okay, so this would be the height. And this, or we could flip that actually in this case because it's not super directional. Nope, height is good. So it'll fold this way. So width, we'll actually be able to get more out of it. So that's 4 times. Whatever. We've got, and see, like, so yeah, see, this is what I mean. It does not like staying straight. Okay, now that I don't even fucking know what that would be. Goddamn. Okay, we're going to be able to get a lot of slip pockets out of this, though. Consensus. Lots. What's 18 times 2? Nope, not even 18. 19 times... 19? No. 26 to 45. 19. Times 4 is 76. And these have to be 12 inches wide. So we can get 6 pockets and only 4 inches left over. Sweet. So 6 slip pockets out of that. Okay. Ivory plus red rose equals 6 pockets. Equals red floral fans. Okay, and then that's just gonna go in there because it's gonna get, actually this can be, it'll be clipped here, but then it's gonna go in that pile because it just needs to be interfaced. It does not need to be bloody. And that is a nice contrast to that red. That's actually really gorgeous. Okay, last thing we need is a zipper pocket lining. We're actually gonna see if this is wide enough for that. I think it might be. Oh no, it isn't quite. Damn. Because that would have been super cute. It's 2 inches too small. Okay. Nope. That actually, maybe we should cut that down and make some scrunchies out of it. That might be gorgeous. Okay, so in that case though, for this one especially, we'll use this. Because that's a nice front lining. This is actually, I think, tall enough that we can cut it this way. Close enough at least, that especially once you get it ironed. So let's just plan, also again, use mostly this then, I think. Because this is a clip into it. Yeah, we actually have to trim it down a little bit there because there's a tear. That's fine. But then we could do, okay, so just interface the whole panel again. And then we should be able to do, that's 4 layers. 60 inches. So we can get 6 out of this as well. Okay. Red and black stripes equals 6. So red floral fan. Actually, we'll go with 5 for now because of that tear. But realistically, we should build, I think we can work around that to make it 6, just with the fact that we do have a few inches extra. Okay. Decided. And then would this make a good belt bag or an Amelia? Because I don't think a traveler is in the cards for this one. I think it's just, is it? Maybe? It's a very nice demure print for it. It'd be very subtle. Or I think a belt bag would look really good in it because we could capture it. Yeah, the fans could go straight across. And then we could do a plain red top, and then that would leave the okay, so this is where it's like I am actually at a disadvantage because this would have been better with a clear flat piece, but that actually works. So we could do the fan on top and on the body of the bag. Oh, we need 2 of these. Okay, so then you make the back the red, or the back. Ooh, we make the back this this piece right here because there's no motif, but then it's like matchy-matchy-ish. Or does that become the top? Oh shit. Because then, but then you're completely covering the motif. Or do we use the motif here, use this as the front, and this is the back? Yeah, there we go. And then this can become something else. Yep. Okay. Photos, or else it didn't happen. And this is too complicated to write notes about. Okay. Boom. Belt bag. And then this little piece for this. Boom. And then we can use the, and then the interior can be the red for this. Because then this needs 2 interior fabrics. So if that's the exterior, interior, interior, okay, where's it end? Right there. And then this is the flap. Does it fit? Fuck yeah. Okay, so we'll trim this down right there because that'll need to go out and get Scotch guarded. Where are my scissors? And then we're just trimming down these 2 pieces here so that we don't have to worry about it. We're gonna generous cut that. Okay. Okay, we took photos, so we don't need to worry. And then this is the belt bag. I'm just gonna scoot it down a little bit so that when we have this panel still, we could make like, I don't know, that looks like a good e-reader cover maybe right there. There's the flap for the belt bag. And then typically for these guys, I do end up doing, oh yeah, and then these guys, I'm supposed to have a stabilizer in there, so we'll have to go in and do that separate. Did she put the stabilizer on the... It's supposed to be two fusible stabilizers. Oh, right, because we have two pieces of... What? Oh, stabilizer goes on the exterior fabric. Okay, that makes sense. And then this is also supposed to be the woven interfacing. I don't use fusible stabilizer. I use non-fusible stabilizer. Because of the fray that can happen on obi, then I do a interfacing over top of it to hold it in place. Okay, so we do need those separate. We cut two flaps, right? Do I Scotch guide the interior flap? No, and I did not cut two flaps, did I? No. No, that was included in this. So this is one flap. Body. Body. Oh shit, does that fit now? Or did I cut this a little bit too generously? Not a big deal if I did. I got more, obviously, but 1, 2. Yeah, just barely. Woo! Can't get much tighter than that. Excellent. Actually, am I able to do it here and here if you fold out the selvages? No, because then the grain runs different ways. Oh, do I have an OBGMA for this? Yes, I think so. We'll figure it out. 1. Okay, if I really need to, I can cut it across. But that is interiors and flap. Okay. Cool. Okay, so that is one OB processed. How long have we been online? An hour and a half to figure out 3 bags. Jesus. Well, I guess, never mind. I did tidy up as well. Okay, so we're going to put all of this together because, hi. Actually, that still looks like it'd be a really nice dundurn of just that pattern. So maybe that's what we'll set it aside for. For now, it's going into the we're done with you pile. Yay! 1, 2, 3 bags down, right? 3 bags because we got the belt bag. Belt bag still needs, these will still need lining. They're low priority. They are very low priority. The traveler slings are actually a higher priority. Speaking of which, we're gonna do the bamboo one here. Okay. So this is what I was talking about. It's like, this was actually one of my friends' pick when we were there. It's like, oh, that's really nice. And I agree. Now, this is a case where I am going to cut the traveler sling out of one piece, and then we're going to cut the back out of the plain piece. And then I want to see, I clip these here and then we'll instantly need them. Okay, yeah, now I need to do these in acrylic. Damn it. Yeah, because the flap isn't large enough for that, but this would be good for and then do the flap out of the teal. Because when you look at the actual picture for it, it does actually have, you're able to see quite a bit of the pattern piece down here. And the flappity at the top isn't covering the whole thing. Is that what we do? Yes. I think so. Okay, so we're going to do a traveler sling. And then we're going to use a full, actually we're going to use a full motif for this. I'm going to cut it very specifically out of both bamboo pieces here, the leaves. When we both looked at it, we swore up and down that we saw fruit. I can't remember what she said, but that's what I saw. Yeah, because that's the full motif there. And then I'd be able to get the majority of the motif there, majority of the motif up here along with the plum blossom. And they'd be a bit staggered, which would be kind of cool too. And then the flap out of the teal up top. Yeah, okay. Okay, and then how are you going to look with a traveler sling? And then how are you going to look with a, so this is going to be the back piece here. And we did not do a traveler sling out of that one. No, that was just a dundurn. This one will become a dundurn. Not right now though, because I want to pair it up with the navy, right? And I don't have navy right now, so sucks to be it. Okay, everything's getting covered. Yeah. Okay, so that's the exterior. It is a very busy print, so we're only going to do, like, we're going to, oh God. Oh, hell yeah, there we go. That's gorgeous, actually. Okay, so if we scoot it down a bit, we keep within the motif. It's got the, like, the angles complement the angles of the bag really nice, which is fucking amazing. Templates. Why are you hiding? Oh God. And then, yeah, and then there's all the stuff for inside too. Okay. Anyway, I'm like, what would we do? Also though, at the same time, I like the colors of this one, but this is really cute. And it's, oh no, it's got the same colors in it. What am I talking about? The only color that's different is it doesn't have the purple. So that's fine. Okay. So this here, and we're going to go like, we're going to go this, no, because that's angled the wrong way. Okay, we're going to straight edge along that straight edge. And actually, I am going to move it up a bit this way because then this leaf is fully like framed on this piece. Oh, fuck yes. Yes. Okay. And then we need the strap connector. Should the strap connector be, no. Strap connector needs to be that. The purple? Or should I go whole hog on the gold here if I can? No, I can't. Okay. Could go pink. No. Purple? Pink. That's a nice framing of the leaf there. That's the thing. And then you get this gold here as well. Because we will plain, we'll do the in plain because it's too busy otherwise. But this is the strap connector. Yeah, I like how that's framed the thing. Okay. Okay, good. And then is there anything else that's exterior? Yes, the bottom of this is exterior. So that is the amount that we need for this bag. Photo. Whee. Plunk. Okay. And all of this needs to be scotch guarded. So that's why I'm like, all right, rough cut time. Whee! Done. Okay. Feels weird to leave that blank, but whatever. We're going to ignore it. Ignore it. Blinders. Blinders. Okay. So we're going to do a traveler sling from... traveler sling is bamboo on teal. Okay. Belt bag. What did we cut? We cut a belt bag from... Yeah, from the red floral fans. Floral fans. Okay, and an Amelia crossbody from the red floral fans as well. My handwriting is looking more and more like my grandma's every year. My God. Okay, so that's a traveler sling. Whee! Needs interfacing. Traveler. Okay, so we've got all of these pieces, but then for the traveler sling, we also need the interior pieces. So let's get those prepped. Do they need to be scotch guarded? No. So do I worry about cutting them right now? No. No. Why did I cut those ones? Because it made sense at the time, right? But these ones are going to need to come from a different kimono. Okay, so we need interior cuts. Needed bamboo traveler sling. Actually, traveler sling bamboo. Okay, there we go. Oh, right. Shit. No, we should prep what we're going to use for the interior because we need to... Right, and it was actually going to be this. Because we need to interface it. Right, that's what we're doing. We're cutting so we can interface. Okay, so we need all of this. Never mind. Scratch, literally scratch that. Get out of here. Okay. Okay, so this is the exterior fabric. We just laid it out. Now we need it mirrored. God, I hate. My brain always breaks when I have to like figure out how to mirror stuff. Okay, did we decide? Right, we decided that we are also going to do a full motif as an Amelia crossbody. Let's actually do it down here because then we get the nice band here, which would be really cool. Because then like across the like, ooh, across the wedge, yes. So here. And, oh, right. No, we were going to, like, stagger it and actually get the full motifs as much as we can. Is there a little bit of extra waste? Yes, but I can use it for things. Oh, where's my rider gun? There it is. Okay, so there's the... And then we're going to line it with the kimono. Okay. And then that one I was thinking we would do... Ooh, there's like a really light green with gold that would look really cool. Or there's actually the one that caught my eye that I was thinking for that one is this one. Which is this like, so the bright green and gold, green and yellow. Or the like, this one's like pastel green with pops of gold in it. It's got these really cool little motifs in it. So either of those would work really well for the bamboo one. For the red, I don't know yet. I also feel like I've got more hiding in the... I thought I had more hiding in the sewing room. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Who knows? Okay. And then we need a flap panel and 2 body panels. Now this one doesn't have as much selvage. So we're going to do 1, 2 flap panel. That angle's going to suck later. We could have also done this, but I don't want to do... No, I think this is better for the Amelia, at least. Okay. And Dundurn will come later because I need different wax canvas. And I'm not going into the city today to buy wax canvas unless... Ooh. Actually, the other option is this really gorgeous, the teal. Oh. So basically, it's just a different tone of that. Okay. So we need the teal for this guy. It's not really a teal, I guess. It's like, yeah, because there isn't enough here, is there? Damn it. We've got enough anyway for Dundurn, but like, ugh, okay. I think that was being set aside for a Cambridge or something, so maybe. But yeah, okay, so the teal with the bamboo makes sense because that's the teal. Oh, there might be enough navy. This is a weird navy though. It's really floopy. No, I like that better. Okay, good. Cool. So teal. I still need navy too, but like not as pressing. Okay. 1, 2. No. Ooh, you are going to fray like nobody's business. So we are going to put you inside of your backing so that hopefully you don't get caught as much. There we go. Protect the embroidery. I don't know why I put it on. Yeah, whatever. Go on either pile. Okay. Traveler sling pieces for the bamboo. Okay, traveler sling. Traveler sling. Okay, traveler sling interior. Bamboo equals polka dots. Polka dots navy. Cool. 10:45. Okay. Now the eternal question is do I actually release all of the stitching? Obviously I need to do some, but I'm like, do I release the back? No, yeah, there's a lot of selvage there that got tacked down. I feel like this might have been actually, I know a lot. Okay. No, this is definitely machine stitched. I feel like a lot of, I don't know, whatever. Okay, that is not good pocket material we figured out. It's very thin. It's still fine, but it's thin. Okay. I need one of the long, wide pieces. Apparently I didn't open any of them up. This also feels very short. Oh, That portion might have been hand stitched. Oh, there we go. That's why, because I had. So then I'm like, I probably should be wearing a mask while I'm doing this shit. This one was also, actually, this one was exceptionally dusty, and it's like in the kimono sleeves. It was like actual lint. I have seen lint in the corners, but like, yeah, I was picking it out. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Okay, this is where that little tool comes in to play. So this is actually a sashiko tool or an embroidery tool. But I am seam ripping with it because why wouldn't I? Basically, it's a third hand. I think I joked about that I need a third hand for like opening up the shirts. So it's something that I actually found when I was there. And then what we're going to do is we clip it right here. And then that's the wrong side for me. I'm right-handed. So I'm going to clip it so that I can run my seam ripper. And basically it holds a tension on it that I would normally actually use my belly for. But on these long pieces, it's hard to do. So now I can walk back and it's going to maintain a good tension on the fabric so that I can seam rip the length of it, hopefully decently easy and decently well. Because here's the thing, accidents happen with like seam ripping, but we want to reduce them as much as possible. And these like stitches are really far apart. This is where I'm like, is this portion machine stitch or is this portion hand stitched? And I'm leaning towards this portion was hand stitched. Because it's a lot of really delicate, they don't show through. Yeah, this was hand stitched. And they're like, they don't show through and they're also really far apart. I also feel like this is where the like razor blade for seam ripping would really shine. Because this is hard. Because they are so like few and far between. Well, look at there. There's some more stitching there that's going to need to be taken up too. Not enough tension. Still easier than trying to do it working from the desk. So here we are. Hey, Flin Flon. Yes, sir. What's up? Are you having a day? Is it at least a good day? This has been a godsend for opening up the dress shirts though, because I can like take the scissors to the button band and have it like clipped on the collar and just go up and down or up and up, whatever. However, I'm deciding to do it for each shirt basically. And it just makes it so much faster. Okay, this will also work for the hem. It's just a shorter line, so it's just easier. Super, yeah, open stitches there. Okay. Eesh, yeah, see, now there's still lint in there too. Okay, I'm gonna just pull up the other, oh right, there is stitching around the arm opening here that I'm just gonna open up, and then we'll come back up, or we'll flip the hem and do the other hem. Now, am I this meticulous? No, usually I just tear these apart. But that was not a seam to tear apart, apparently, because it was not budging. And I'm pretty sure this is a cotton kimono. No, I don't, I mean, it might be a yukata. Given the color scheme and stuff like that, it might be yukata. I don't know, actually. Here's the thing, when I'm buying these, it's not like I'm looking for motifs and colors that are going to interest people more than anything else. I do, well, and it's unlined, so yeah, it's probably yukata. This is, ooh, see, that's why we try to avoid. But I did keep the haori because it was actually a set. But I'm like, the haori is too good, so Except that I was like going to wear it to Hanami, and then I totally forgot either, or like I have 3 already, and then I forgot all 3 at home. So pissed off at myself. Okay, we're gonna start there for pockets. If we need to open up more, I will. Pop. Nope. Pop. No. That request to pop off was denied. Okay. Now, if it doesn't look wide enough, that's because it isn't yet. This is the hem that we just opened, or the seam that we just opened up. It's actually, here's the thing. All kimono and obi are pretty much woven to about the same width. There's a little bit of variance, but not much. So that's the one nice thing about working with it, is once you get the measurements more or less set, you're usually pretty good. Okay, so this needs to be mirrored. And then we need, so 1, right, so this is what I've normally been doing, right? Okay, and is this the right side, or is this the right side? That's the right side. It doesn't really matter, I don't think. There's a minuscule difference. No, because it was hemmed this way. Never mind. Okay, no, this is the right side then. See what I mean? Can't tell. Okay, yeah, because normally what I've been doing is trying to do, I don't know, I usually try not to obviously waste too much kimono and stuff like that, right? So it's like, all right, what is the I'm pretty sure we figured out a most efficient way. And then, but then because there is a slight variance in these guys, it like changes. Okay, but that will fit. Sweet, okay, that works. And then we need, that's it, right? Yeah, I'm not crazy, that's it. And then we need a 1-2 punch of that. Okay, sweet. So let's pull this onto the table a bit better. Do you know what? We're just going to trim it right to that slice line there and deal with it later. Sweet. Okay. Okay, got a note that this is for the bamboo. Perfect. Needs interfacing, not scotch guarding. Okay, next. On to the next one already. Hey. Okay. That's the butterflies. Shit. We are not going to have time to do all of these. So okay, the butterflies I was hesitant on because I was like, I don't know exactly what to do. And we are going to need more purple before we make it. Okay. Do I want to swap out the floral river for butterflies? Not really. I think I want to work with the floral river more. Okay. Butterflies will wait. They're not going anywhere. Also because the backing for the floral river was also in a bit better shape. And then we've got the abstract fans, 1. And then we've got peonies, 2. Iridescent gradient, 3. And then the metal threads, 4. Okay, yeah. Because we've got 1 dundern, 2 dunderns, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then the 3 that we've got, 3, 4 we've got in progress. Okay. Alrighty. I'm also like, we're going to make all the pockets out of this, but that's actually not going to work for these ones because they need something different. I don't like the stripes in there. Shit. Okay, we'll figure it out. It's all good. It's all good. Actually, I think the backing on a couple of those will be good. Ew. What is on my sleeve? Gross. Okay, anyway, so I have bumped butterflies because I figured this floral river is nice. Actually, this polka dots might be really nice. Oh no, we've got stuff that will work for pockets. What am I talking about? Because if we use the lining of the obi, and then those can be pockets, or vice versa. There, done. Cool. Okay, decided. Traveler sling, Dundern. I think the Dundern with the dark purple will look really good. Because I was like, I set it in because I was like, this will make good traveler sling. And then I was like, ooh, it looked really good with the purple. Yep. Because there's like, it's actually almost, it's a different texture. So the purple in here is picking up differently, but this is basically the same color. So there we go. Okay, so this will become a Dundern. Now, the question is, do we do it? Well, it's not very directional. Well, I guess the leaves are a bit directional. Hey, it's fine. It's fine. No one's going to notice if I don't say anything, right? Plus, I think this motif is fucking perfect width. So it'll lose a little bit because it's getting sewn into the bag. That's it. Then is it the right height? I don't know. Where's my cut? Where's my cheat sheet? Cheat sheet. God damn it. Everything gets moved around and then I don't know what I'm cutting. It'll lose 2 inches. Right. It is a little bit too tall. That's okay. It'll still look really good. Because if we take like 1 inch off there. Yeah, take 1 inch off the top and the bottom, then we're fine. Okay. I'm going to trim it down with a little bit extra, just because. And then we'll trim it down to its correct dimensions afterwards. Okay. I love when they come in together that easy. Just like decision, done. Okay. So that is a main lining panel. And then we also need lower zipper panel. And right, that's an Amelia. Now I've got a bunch of random pieces here and I'm like, what's this for? Okay. Anyway, so slip pocket panel. Good. Yeah, and then that's all that really needs to be taken. Wait, is this? How tall is this one? Oh, it's a 1/2 inch too tall. Okay, so that's not that much off there. We're good. Okay. And the width is like perfect. Perfection. Love it. Slip pocket panel. Done. Lower zipper panel, or zipper panel, just in general. The other one. Okay, so how tall was this? I don't think it was tall enough to cut it. Is it tall enough with its selvages open? No, that makes it like right on. It's 1 inch too small. Shitty. Okay, so we have to cut it this way. And actually that's good because honestly that takes a whole swoop of this. Except that, okay, so it'll look funky. Doom. No, we'll just, okay, so that's the height. And is that the width? Okay, and then, amazing. All right. Let's line this up so we can get it cut. Get it cut. Get it cut. Let's line it up so we can cut it all day long. Okay, we are going to scoot it so we get this gold braid a little bit. Yes. Yes. That's too far. Okay, so that is the inch line there. Nope, too far. Oh yeah, okay, I just went a little bit too far here. Good, good. Gives me a little bit of wiggle room just in case, who knows, right? Yes, yes, yep, good, good. Okay, and then we are going to cut it to the correct width just because, oh God. No, we are interfacing that whole thing before I do that because of that. The embroidery. Okay. Okay, so that's those 2 pieces cut. And Floral River is going to go with purple. Okay. Oh God. That's poor Obi. Okay. Okay, so then are we doing a traveler sling right now? I think we should do a traveler sling. And I think this should be the lining for the traveler sling potentially. Or a pink. Right? Because I don't think... Yes to a traveler sling. Of course to a traveler sling. I was like, what about a belt bag? And what about an Amelia? Let's take a look at the belt bag, actually, too, then. All right, that's the other. Whoa. Oh, my God. If I cut it right. Oh, look at that motif. Like, fuck yes. And actually, okay, so if I... or can we cut the full thing out so that... Oh, yes. Very happy with that. Because then there's some white, but it's mostly motif. That looks gorgeous. Very Japanese, which a lot of people say that a lot of the obi that I choose does not look very Japanese. And I'm like, well, they're all from Japan, I promise. Okay, in this case, I don't always do this, but in this case with this much motif, we are going to cut the back out of it because, hi, gorgeous, look at that. Fuck yes. I'm going to scoot this up a little bit because there is a particularly blue flower right here that I am, it's so cute. And such a good blue color. So actually, yeah, we're going to make sure that it won't get caught in the welt pocket. Done. And then this can be the strap connector here because look at that. Fucking amazing. And then here's the thing. Sorry if swearing offends you. Actually, not really sorry. There will be swearing no matter if it's going good or bad. Fair warning, swearing all the time. Oh, and it's got this wisteria branch there. Okay, wisteria, the big purple motif. Okay, cool. And then this right here will get a good chunk of the next motif. Yay. Scoot, 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 scoot. Yay. Okay, okay, good. And then the interior stuff can all happen from the back of the obi. All right, picture time so we know what the fuck we're doing. Or at least we have a good guess of what we're doing. Okay. So that will all need to go out and get scotch guarded as well. After it's interfaced, we're not moving it anywhere until it's interfaced because it's just going to fray otherwise. Because, like, look at all of that, those embroidery threads on the back. We're fucked. Very gently. Actually, yeah, no, let's. There we go. Okay. Traveler sling, traveler sling. And then we decided a belt bag too. Ooh, okay, so should we go with more like demure and less? Oh, actually, if you just did two, then you would have two. Like, they would be completely different bags if I do two. Because there's one. Oh, fuck yes. Holy shit, look at that. So one would have more swirl and one would have less swirl. Fine, twist my goddamn rubber arm. Done. Okay, so that's two belt bags. Again, photos or it's not happening, right? Okay. Love how I was like, I'm gonna cut these all out, and then we're gonna go have lunch and like we're gonna cut an interface before lunch. And then I'm gonna go for my run, and because I'll scotch guard. Fuck, it's never how it goes, right? So. Good thing Dallas is home this week because it's just like I said, it's going to be like, all right, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Please take the kids for the week so I can just work. Okay. 2 belt bags, a traveler pouch, a dundern. And then we're also going to pull it out and see if we can if it would be cute as an Amelia. I think it would be really gorgeous as an Amelia, to be honest. 1, 2. Oh, right, and the Amelias also need a pocket for the interior. Okay, let's see. So, again, the question always is do you go for the full motif or just the motif? Oh, no. Or, oh, yes, I don't know. I think in this case, we'll do a plain bottom because this is a very busy spot. How fussy are we getting here? Because this does leave a big chunk of motif not used. Or do I go in and cut it this way? Because realistically, it is kind of directional, but not like insanely directional. This way wouldn't use the most of the motif. Or do I do a half and half? Or do I do the flat plane and do 2 pieces for the bottom? In which case I would actually justify it this way. God damn it. Too many options. It's not wide enough to do that. Okay. I really want a full just like that. That is all just motif. What do I have? What colors are in this? Silver, gold, orange, purple. Silver, gold, orange, purple. Not a lot of pink. Silver, gold, orange, purple. Silver, gold, orange, purple. Silver, gold, orange, purple. Silver, gold, orange, purple. OBGMA. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so full motif flap, plain body. Yeah. Okay. The only other thing is it less disruptive to maybe cut it out up here at the top? Not, it doesn't really matter. I don't think either way does it, because it's like if I, actually if I pushed it up here, then I would get that blue flower. Okay, yeah, let's do that, because here's, yeah, okay, cool. Don't regret it, Katie. There's so many obi. We don't need to be super precious about it. That's what I gotta remind myself. Okay. Okay, so this is this. Again, or else it didn't happen, right? So, okay. That is a crossbody bag. Now we need, okay, so we do not have the interiors for the traveler pouch. And we do not have the exterior or interior cuts for the Amelia. Traveler pouch, Amelia, or the Dundurn. So we got to do all of that. All right. Okay, so let's do the exteriors for the Amelia, which is like just 2 of these. And then we got to do the back cut. Oh no, we already did the back cut for the Traveler. We just need the linings for the Traveler sling. Okay, I'm pretty sure we're going to have to go in and cut stabilizers before we interface these guys. So we'll just try to remember that. Okay, and then we need the lining pieces for that. Now, do I want to go boring and just do white? Or do I want to put in... There's nothing over there that does very good. So let's just go boring and go with the one that matches. Okay, and nothing is showing to the exterior. And actually this back piece is pretty decent. Oh yeah, it's like got a little bit of spotting in like 2 spots, which we can definitely work around. Excellent. Okay, actually we need the same cut that we had from earlier. We need the interior and slip pocket for the Dundurn. And then we need everything else. Okay, interior and slip pocket for the Dundurn. Da 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 dun. Da 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 da. Okay. Interior and slip pocket for the Dundurn. Same as what we did with the red. Perfect. Okay. Interior slip pocket. Oh, and yeah, slip pocket lining, and then we can use one of the Howdy. Perfect. Okay. Ivory and red rose, red floral fans, floral river. Okay, and then so it's main lining, slip pocket. Yeah, there's only 3 pieces that it needs. And then now we're on to the Amelia needs lining pieces. In that case, for this one, I actually do want to go in with the pink that's over here and see. Yeah, so like a nice dark pink. It's not a pastel pink. I do have pastel pinks too, but that's for other stuff. But it's this one. Come here, pieces. I'm just like, what is wide enough for it, I guess. Okay, these I think are all too small, but like this is going to be really gorgeous. Oh, and we need a lining piece for the front zipper pocket, actually, is the other thing. Yes, look at that. Okay, now this might be wide enough for me to do this. 1, 2, okay. Amelia, floral, river, lining equals pink. Okay, and that's just like that. Okay, red rose is going to be the the holiday is going to be the slip pocket for the interior. There is the main lining panels and the slip pocket, front slip pocket lining. We need the slip pocket or the zip pocket lining. Oh, right, because we were planning that this was going to be the zip pocket lining for most of them. Okay. Could that still be? It's kind of ugly with it though. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Zip pocket lining. So the zip pocket lining for, okay, so floral, river, zip lining itself. Because this is the back piece of it. Okay, and we need that to be that, right? So it's going to need to be quite long because it's going to have to be cut down. And we'll just interface this whole piece and worry about trimming it down later, like that. Okay. I'm going to pop that kind of here with this zipper pocket piece. Obviously it doesn't need to be scotch guarded, so we do know that it doesn't need to go outside. Hopefully I remember that. Who knows? Okay, next. That's the abstract fans. I'm like, I really want the abstract fans, but I really, really, really want the peonies. So let's work on the peonies first. If you can't tell by my enthusiasm, we'll do peonies, and actually the other two that are here, and then the abstract fans will be one of the last ones to work with. Cause like, fuck yes. Now I did pick out this one to go with it because it's got the like, basically it's like a dark version of the tones that are already in this OB. And looking at it, I think that's still how we're gonna go. Although I really do like this pink with it. I think this pink though might go better with either the gradient one that we have up next or the floral circles. So I think we still stick with this. Yeah, it's gonna go better with the 3 that are over there still. So I'm gonna pop it back over there. And actually this would be really good lining and stuff like that for an Amelia maybe for this. Just because it's gonna pop really nice against that. But for now, we also obviously have a lot of the white here. That was the backing for this one. But I think, yeah, that's just super elegant together. Okay, now. And then I'm pretty sure that this one was going to be, I think I took a picture of what it was going to go with for its, right, it's going to go with gray because of this, like it's a very cool silver toned one. Do I have that written down? Floral, river, and purple. Butterfly and gray, which we decided we're not doing the butterflies. Gradient and iridescent floral with the gray. Good. Floral balls and raspberry. Peonies and gray wax canvas. Okay, cool. Peonies and gray waxed. Sweet. Okay, so that's going to be the dundurn. This is going to be the lining fabric for the dundurn as well, I think. No, it's going to be the pocket. The like, yeah, okay, the interior slip pocket. And then, and the front zipper lining. Yeah, front zipper pocket. Okay, so first things first, there's so much of this OB. Ooh, and it's got the gorgeous like Okay. So first things first, what is the motif? We've got this really, really big peony, and it's also got this very similar layout as the floral river. It's kind of like a peony river, but it's like, I think there's camellia, peonies. Those aren't camellia, but there's some other spring flower. I actually, when I first saw them, I thought they were sakura. They're not sakura, I don't think, because they're multi-layered. But the peonies are really nice. Okay. At the same time, that looks like a real... Actually, okay, so this silver is going to make really good backgrounds for a traveler pouch, traveler sling. And then how large is this motif? So, okay, we're going to have to add wax canvas. So good thing we chose the gray because it's going to be a lot of framing on this. And then how tall can we make this? Okay, so for the slip pocket, we can get this in here. We can go all the way across right here. I think that's perfect actually. Okay, so from the finish fold here, okay. And then could we do, wait. Oh no, there we go, here. Okay, yeah, that's still enough room. And that could be the top portion of the zipper panel, which would cut off right here. And then that would be the bottom portion of the zipper panel. So we could get like both sides of the dundurn from one cut. I don't think it could go much better than that, to be honest. Okay, so we're just going to cut it like we're using the whole motif. We're not going to use the whole motif, but damn close. But this is basically the main lining panel and the zipper panel all in one. Sweet. Okay. Good. It has to be a minimum. No, I fucked that up. Shit. Did I? I totally did. I am 1 inch short on the bottom of the zipper panel. Okay, so the main lining panel goes to there. Katie. Okay, here goes to here. And then what we're going to do is we're actually going to look at that becoming the Amelia instead, or, yep, the Amelia. Okay, so there's the main lining panel. Good. And then how do we salvage this? It's not tall enough, so I don't want to add on wax canvas and adding a seam at the bottom of the zipper panel. Just ugh. Too much bulk in some ways, and it just breaks up this too much. Okay, so we've got some options. Let's actually see how that looks as a traveler, because realistically, this would be the motif, or like we would be focusing in on this if we were one of these motifs if we're cutting it. And if this is just how it works, that's just how it works. And we can make it work. Can we make it work well? I think so. Hey, that looks good. That looks fine to me. Splits in the peonies, but that's okay. They can be split by a zipper. We get this nice spray on either side, which is super cool. And it does, I mostly focus on the left side of this because that squares it up for this. Okay. All right. We might have fucked up our zipper cut, but it's all good. There's our traveler sling. Okay, and then we do need to do some math on this one because how wide are we? And there's like 0 room here otherwise. Okay, so we need to go plus. Okay, peonies. Okay, just a Note so we can make it the right width. Good. Okay. Zipper panel, traveler sling. Good, good. Eesh. So much fray. Okay. Yuck. This is going to become the back of the traveler sling. I do know that because hi, gorgeous. But like, yeah. Sometimes, obviously, we do the like motifs, but in this case, that's just as good. Okay. Boom. Traveler sling. Okay. Now, actually, do we do a motif? Or do we do the silver for the Dundern pocket, for the zipper pocket? No, we do a motif, because what am I talking about? Although I would like to focus on that bottom one now that we have the top one. Ooh, here's... Oh, I know what we do. So we've got the maker mark down here. We cut the maker mark as the top panel, because I think that's actually even the right goddamn height. Fuck yes, it is. Okay. And then we actually end up with almost two, and they're like aligned as well. So that actually works better. Okay. I don't feel so bad. Okay. No. Two there. I know that math is right. Okay. And then we're going to do, okay, so there's those. And then this maker mark will become the top of the pocket. And then the embroidery here will become the bottom of the pocket. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so that's traveler, that's traveler. This is pocket, or like panels. That's zipper panel. This is zipper panel lining. Technically, I should probably clip that somewhere else, but whatever. Better together than like lost. This is also zipper pocket lining, or zipper pocket. Okay. And then this is the slip pocket panel before it gets wax canvas. Excellent. Okay, good. And then the rest of that's all stuff to go out to get sprayed mostly. Okay. Then this is traveler sling. So the two exterior pieces of the traveler sling. And then, okay, so we've got all... I'm like, am I doing anything else from this right now? We're doing belt. This doesn't feel... It feels like it would make a gorgeous belt bag. But also I feel like it would feel too cheapened by the denim. I love the denim. I have nothing against the denim. I usually wear denim. But... Oh, actually one thing. Can we get the strap connector out of this? And we need the... Actually, never mind. Let's do this. Okay, so there's the base that we're going to use for the front. Let's just take this random piece. Look at that, though. Perfect. Amazing. Can we make the strap connector out of this piece, or do I need to ensure that I've got, like, maybe there's extra on that, the silver back, because I feel like a lot of times it does fit there, but no, it's too small of a cut for that. Okay. Will it fit on this one? Because it should, in theory, fit here. Yep. Okay, good. Okay, so now we need the lining. I do feel like this should almost be an Amelia. Because like an Amelia with the two motifs maybe, and then a silver top. But I really... Oh, that's the small piece. Never mind. I need the big piece. That's the pocket. Okay, come here. Where's the crossbody body panel? Because if we did that, okay. So the only problem with this is that it would need to be like this. Then I guess. Or do you do a flap? That's like mostly this portion. And silver body. And then the conundrum is, do I have... Oh, I do actually have a perfect one for it. It's like silver and pink. Yeah, you can't get much better than that. Oh shit. Okay. Upper flap from this for the little tiny itty bitty one. And silver body, or body panel focused on the big motifs, because we could like, you can fussy cut it, whatever. Doom, and then they would both run the right direction. And you would still catch some of the, yep, okay. Right? Big motif, silver flap. OBG mitt. Big motif, silver flap. And we do and then we'll do the interior with this like grown up version of the colorways. Yep. Okay, so we just need to do that. And then I'm going to just measure up from this because we want all of that peony. And this is why we use the like semi-transparent cutting boards for our patterns, folks. It's because otherwise you can't see the motifs. So I was like, I laminated my cuts, but this is actually really annoying right now. Okay, that, and then we're gonna take a piece of the silver, and then, yeah, and then all of it will be, so we got one piece for the flap here, but then all of it will be lined with that kimono. Okay, good. And then for the dundern, man, it's time to change my rotary blade again. God damn. Should probably try to sharpen it, actually, but like I just changed it. I guess we've been doing a lot of like leather cutting, but still. Okay. Now for the actual interior of the dundern, we're going to use the main panel linings. We will use the back of the, what am I saying? Should I use the back of it, or should I use the pink here that we have? And then that as the pocket. No, this makes sense. Okay, this makes sense because it matches color scheme wise because it literally came from the same obi. Okay, so we're gonna line it up so that we can cut our slip pocket and our main lining panels. But I am going to use this kimono for the interior of the Amelia. Yes, okay, that's what we're going to do. Okay, so I'm going to actually cut it so that there is a little bit of extra because again, obi and kimono love to go everywhere. So this just ensures that if we have warble in our cuts, we've got some wiggle room still. I have another obi still sitting here, which I think is actually the Floral River. Yep. You can see that is it. Oh, and actually, I'm going to use this one for the wait. No, this was dumb. I do want to use that other one for the, yeah, I want that. I want this for the lining. Okay, so this can become traveler sling probably. Let's just double check. Okay, mirrored traveler pouch or another piece. 1, 2 for the front pockets. Did I get I think I got a lower front. Yes, I grabbed that one random piece of silver that was laying around for some reason. And then we've got, can we do one? Okay, so the only thing we're short on is the traveler pouch, the foam pocket lining, which, whatever. Sorry, I literally just hit the mic. I am sorry, I did not mean to do that. Hope I didn't blow anybody's eardrums out. I feel like that's enough if I shimmy shit around. Okay, let's try here. Line it up with that edge. This can go here. Okay. Doom. And that could go here. Doom. Okay. Okay. Maybe. Hey. Maybe. Boom. No. I feel like that has to fit. Doom. If it only doesn't fit on, no, never mind. Doesn't fit at all. And then I don't have to worry quite so much about this not fitting. So annoying though, because it's like so close to fitting. Okay, so it's not quite, okay, so the same amount is not quite the same. It's okay. All right, so we need the front pocket for we need the foam pocket lining for this guy. Foam pocket lining, foam. Actually, well, do you know what I do? Because one fits, right? And then we just cut one more. Whatever. Whatever. That's going to be better than cutting a whole nother panel for two when we can still fit one on there at least. And this one, we're just going to set like that. There we go. All done. Whee! Yes, it's running against the grain. It's a foam pocket on a purse. Let's be realistic. Okay, this is what I want for the interior, because hello, gorgeous. So it's going to be the main panel lining and the pocket, or the main lining panel and the front slip pocket lining. And then we're going to pair it up with that dark pink kimono that I had up here earlier for something else that I can't remember. And this is also becoming the lining for the Amelia, right? Yes, that's what we're doing. Okay. Those are the sleeves. This is too narrow, and that is too narrow. And then these are the panels we actually want. Okay. At least this one. Okay. There we go. And no, I don't normally actually pair this darker kimono with that light of obi. However, oh, and let's just measure it, make sure that's actually tall enough for the lining panels. But this is a lot of the same colors of the obi, well, also just like it's just darker tones of the same colors. So that's why I'm like, nope, let's do this as the actual like lining, because it's very distinct. It's very gorgeous. It's just such a good color. Lining the traveler sling in the other one, well, in the back lining, makes sense because I don't want to like waste the fabric, but honestly this probably would have been better too. Okay. Needs to be interfaced, but not, I'm not worried about it. And then am I doing the zipper pocket lining out of that as well? We could, because it's actually the right width for the height. So let's do that. Okay, and then, right, because it, oh. A little bit off for the height, but I have decided that we're going to mostly ignore that in these cases because less fabric wastage if I just cut it, and this pocket will be infinitesimally smaller. Or we could cut it the right height. I don't know, because then we could use this piece here. Because is that tall enough or like wide enough? That's wide enough. Okay, so in this case we will go the other direction. Okay, it's from there. There to here. Doom, 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 doom. Okay, there's a little bit of wiggle room. Mostly because of this split. That's good. Okay, so that's zipper lining panel. Zipper pocket lining, sorry. And interior, and now we need the slip pocket piece. And that'll be all the done cuts. And then we will do the cuts for the Amelia. Okay, I feel like the sleeve should be big enough for the slip pocket. What is the slip pocket cut? Because I don't have my little clippities here. What the fuck did I just knock off? Oh, hand lotion. We don't want that on the floor. Okay. Oh, fuck, it's not here because it's on the other sheet. Interior slip pocket. Okay. Tall enough, so we just need to go width. A little bit of fray space. Actually, yeah, a little bit of fray space. Doom, which is there. That's where Doom is. And then this is the width cut right here. Boom, boom. Good. All right, so that is the slip pocket lining for the interior for that one. Okay. And then for the Amelia, do we want to do this or do we want to do that? I think we should do that. Yeah, let's do the darker toned this piece. Okay, now the question becomes, do we need this piece or can I get away with one of the other ones? I think we need this piece because it is like, or like, can we go with one of the more narrow pieces is what I'm trying to get away with. Oh, maybe if it was like ironed out. Really? Actually, if that works, I am kind of shocked. What is going on here? Why is there two pieces here? Interesting. Why didn't I open them up yesterday? Excuse me. Okay, is this tall enough? Always the question. Does it have enough wiggle room? Actually, it is tall enough. Oh my goodness. Once it gets ironed out, it is tall enough. Okay. Perfect. We'll take it. So we need 1, 2, and then if that's tall enough for that, then it's definitely going to be tall enough for the flap. Zoom, which that is the correct representation of the flap, but not the correct piece. Done. And then we need to cut all the stabilizers for the Amelias, which, yay. Okay. Hell yeah. Okay, so that's the peony one done. We're ready to go, right? Because that's all the that's all the linings for the traveler slings. Boom. Okay. Because the pink that is here is going to be worked into the 2 to 3 that are left. Actually, I think we only got 2 more guaranteed. And a maybe third to cut. So we're doing pretty good. I was hoping that I'd get the interfacing done before I went out for my lunch and run, but whatever. We're still further ahead than we were this morning. All right, so this one is spectacular. I really, really like this one. I'm very fucking excited to work with it. The threads are actually iridescent here. It's got this gorgeous gradient. It does not have a maker's mark. It does not, so I don't know where it came from. I don't think. And then this is like, I don't know if I like the stuff that it was actually lined in. It's also really thin, like really thin. I don't know if you can see me through it or not, but it's really thin. Oh God, Katie. Oh well, worst things to do, right? And just try to stick your face through this. Yeah, it doesn't have a good, I was gonna say mouthfeel. That is not the correct word, but that's the right idea for like, yeah. So I think in that case, what we're going to do is we're going to do most of the lining in this pink because it's gorgeous. It goes well with it, like complements it. Oh, well, actually it doesn't. Here I am talking on my ass again. Actually, it would complement this one well. That's where we're going to... Spectacular. Excuse me. Okay, so then in that case... Okay, so these two are definitely pairing up. In that case, maybe I'll take the back of the rest of the, one of these other ones that just has like the white, off-white, because, okay, it just feels so, I don't know, it feels so fake, and it looks way too thin for purse lining. Technically, it is what was on the back of the kimono, but I'm like, maybe we'll just take the off-white from one of these other kimono and use, yeah, that's what we're going to do. I don't know what to do with that piece, but it is not making bags. Okay. So let's cut this one first since we're changing this one up. And like this doesn't, okay. This is definitely one of the lower appeal textures for me. Yeah, but it's not as offensive as the back piece of it is. This one is like, so that tells me that that might be polyester. This one is full on silk. We actually had a maker mark that I found in it last night when I was opening it up. So that was super exciting. Now we just got to decide. We could definitely do our done cut this direction. There's a little bit of directionality in these florals, the peonies, but I'd prefer to use the whole motif versus cutting it down. We're still going to have to cut it down, obviously, because it is quite large. Okay, so are they all the same size? Yes. However, if I actually cut it from this end instead of up there, then it's like not as disruptive to the pattern in some ways because it's just a continuous cut. Okay. Right, because like here, I cut it down. This is the correct width from here to here. Oh, that's not that bad. Do I just do that then? I think so. Unless we use this for, or does this fit here better? No, that does not fit there better. It actually cuts it down more than doing the done from this. Okay. So we're going to square this up here. We're going to cut it. I'm going to cut it a little bit large because, again, any wiggle room is wiggle room. And the obi and the kimono love to slip and give us heck. And then that can actually become a good, this one here is a nice, like, it's the pattern, but it's a good one for the bottom of a traveler. We're going to go from there to here. Again, we're going to trim this down afterwards, not a big deal. And if I actually move the obi out correctly, I would be able to cut it a little bit nicer, but we can figure that out. Okay, so it's like 1.5 inches larger. That's all right. Again, a little bit more wiggle room is a little bit more wiggle room. Sweet. Okay, so that's going to be the panel. That's going to be the panel. And then we need to figure out the zipper panel. Okay, this needs... So, yeah, I was saying that these are 100% metal threads. So actually, I think this might be copper. I can't tell if it's copper or gold. And then the silver must be actual silver, which is insane. And it did say that it was also silk. So, it's like, oh my God. What am I actually working with right now? It's insane. Okay. So, how wide are we? Not wide enough. That's fine because then we can go directional. What are we going to get? Actually, that's as perfect as we could ask for, to be honest. Amazing. Okay. Because if we do there, then we can go there, and then we're good. Sweet. Okay, so it's going to be from that line to like right about here. Square it up as best as I can, sort of thing. This is too tall. That's fine. Again, we've already talked ad nauseum about this. But then the correct width will actually be these two here. Oh, I should have actually checked where this stuff falls to make sure that we're not doing something weird here. Because that'll be the proper width. So it's basically these two. Like, they look like almost like temari kind of things. Did I really just fuck up that cut again? Oh my God, I did. I swear to you guys, it was on the correct mark. Oh I'm so annoyed with myself. Okay, well. Okay, the other thing that I could do, let's see if this actually works for a belt bag then. God damn it, but it was the correct, I promise I had the right cut. Okay, that works for a belt bag, or it could still work for the traveler sling. I would have chosen a different section for the traveler sling probably. Okay, but that does actually work. Thank fuck. Oh, I'm so annoyed. Can I bring it down here so that we're like split the zipper right where the split is anyway? Damn close. Okay. Okay, and that does get and we'll shuffle it so it's here so that we get the majority of that motif. We get a good chunk of this motif, and maybe we can put the strap connector up there. Does this work? Does this work? Please let it work. It's tight, but it fucking works. Does it work? Better fucking work. Ugh. Yes. Maybe. Oh, goddamn. Shimmy. Okay. Tiny little point off, not a big deal. Tiny little sliver off on both sides, not a big deal. Well within the seam allowance tolerances. Okay. That, however, definitely needs a photo roll, so I'm never going to replicate it. Okay, so at least we know that that's what we need to. I'm so fucking pissed at myself. I can't believe I did that twice. Okay, that's a good indication that I probably shouldn't be cutting right now. Okay, and then this probably actually fits the bottom, like I was saying, right? And then this will probably actually fit the top or the flap of an Amelia. Fuck yeah. Okay, there's one piece for the traveler pouch. And then the interior for the traveler sling, I think, will be this pink as well, or it'll be the blue toned one. Or it'll be the blue toned one. I don't know yet. Now, the question becomes for the traveler sling, obviously not the dundern, so we need to do the zipper pouch, or the zipper cut, which is there. Okay. Fucking line it up, Katie, so you stop making the same goddamn mistake. We are still in the same position where... Wait. Yeah, okay, good. We're fine. It's all good. We didn't waste any fabric, or not a lot anyway. Actually, we didn't waste any, considering that we're able to take that in for the traveler sling. Anyway, the thought process now is what do we do for the back of the traveler sling? Do we, A, cut it from the basket weave, because hello, that would be gorgeous. Or B, do we cut it from the motif, because also gorgeous. Shimmy, shimmy. I don't know what to do right now. Obviously, I'm fucking up cuts too, so I wouldn't trust myself right now. Don't trust me. Okay. Anyway, so we have two options. We can do... Actually, well, what's the point? We may as well lay out the frickin' thing. Oh, it's gorgeous. It is a little bit plain from there, though, because it's like the balls get cut off. Basically, what it highlights is there's like a plum blossom branch right here, and that's what it highlights. I'm talking, and you can't even fucking see what I'm talking about. Let me see if I can extend this. Whee! Hi. Did that help? Not really. Anyway, when you lay it out, it ends up with like this motif, this plum blossoms here. Basically is the highlight of the back of the bag for that placement. If I moved it up, we could focus in on the floral balls a bit better, but it kind of cuts them off in a really awkward way. Actually, there's not bad. So we could get the big peony, and we could get this big plum blossom motif. Excuse me. Whatever the hell this is. It looks like mums, maybe. Not chrysanthemums, but mums. Or we go in and we cut it from the silver bit that's right here. Excuse me. I think we cut it from the silver bit, because that's still going to be extremely flashy and really cool to see. Okay. Done. Easy peasy. Well, not easy, actually. Not easy at all. Okay, so we've got the Dundurn panel, zipper panel, traveler sling front and back. Do we want to contemplate belt bags or Amelia's? This would be a gorgeous belt bag. It would be very flashy, though. See, so for this, though, see, I'd want to center it there. And then I kind of want to get this motif with the plums and a little, like the bigger plums over here. So I don't like how I would have to separate it. Okay, and then the other question is, where do we want to do the Amelia crossbody? In which case, yes, I would focus on that as the flap, or this. That as the flap would be super cute. And then you could do, and then these would need to be one. Yeah, like you could do two. 1, 2 like that. And we could either do this as, and then we could do this ball as the flap. Is that what I want to do? Do I have an OBGMA? This would be really cute with it. Or this. I like the pink. It's very vibrant compared to the Obi though, so maybe not. This may not be, no, that's also very vibrant. They're all very vibrant. Do I not? I swear up and down I had more. Let's take a look. Because I have been buying OBGMA for a while, being like, I'm going to use them. And then I've never found a pattern or like use for them that I've liked. But now I have a pattern that I like for them. Oh my God, that scrap bin should come with me to Dawson. Okay, the problem is where would I have put them in here? I swear I'd cleaned up in here. That doesn't mean that I know where anything... Well, actually, in some ways, it's worse for knowing where anything frickin' is. Oh, there's still some Obi up there that I'm like, oh, great. Okay, and then I think this is... Oh, this is not a fiber bin. This is also kimono and Obi pieces. Oh, great. Hurrah! And that is a scrap bin. Okay. That at least makes sense. But yeah, there's definitely some stuff in here we could still use. Okay, so is that all the OBGMA I have? It's possible. Unlikely. But there is a potential that that's all I have. But it's like, if I think that I have more, where are they? Whew, it's chilly in here. It's like the door gets closed and it just gets cold. That is other stuff that is not worth discussing right now. And this is more stuff not worth discussing because it's a bunch of things that need to be like just repurposed slightly right of where they were cut for. There's them. That's what I thought. Okay, and then that's stuff for other projects. Okay, I didn't actually have as many as I thought I did. I have a literal handful, but I do think I have one here that would be appropriate. Or at least more appropriate. Actually, I don't know if there's any cats in there, so we will wait a moment. Okay, so there's this one. Oh, that's actually almost exactly right. This hasn't even been used. It still has its tag. Or there's this one, which is like... Actually, I think this is 2. I think this is... Yeah, there's duplicates. Which would also look really good. Okay. And that's not something that I have to decide right now. But we do have OBGMA that would be appropriate. Okay, cool. So yes, we will cut an Amelia crossbody from this. So this is going to be the we do flap like that or flap? It doesn't matter right now. Okay, but that's the width that we need to cut there. And then we need to cut a body piece here. And we're going to cut a body piece there. Probably focused a little bit more over there because then we get this gorgeous plum blossom involved in the body. And we're going to trim this down. Okay, now we need to do, I'm going to fold this. Oh, there's not much of it left. Okay, that's good actually. Better to not carry the obi for very long. So I definitely, and I still have like stash, obi stash. All right, and actually this might be, I have like jean jackets I'm gonna upcycle. This might be a really nice piece for the interior, or like the back of the jean jacket. It's in good enough shape to do that, I think. Okay. That's an Amelia. So we have the two, we have all the exterior cuts. We need lining. Okay. And we also need lining for the traveler sling, and we need lining for the, right? Yes. Okay. Lining for the traveler sling makes sense to do the white. Lining for the Dundern, I'm going to do the pink. Hands down, it's the pink. Or did I already cut the pink for the traveler sling? No, I cut blue for the, or yeah, I was cutting blue for the lining for the other one. Okay. This is not long enough. We're gonna get one of the big pieces and we're gonna do our slip pocket and interior lining cuts. Yeah, and then I think we're going to use, I'm gonna use this, or we're gonna use the other one for the, I don't know yet. Okay. Okay, so pocket lining, pocket, main lining, and pocket lining. Oh, and that is like damn perfect because it's got the arm split right where I was going to cut it. Amazing. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Okay, so that's all the pockets. And then we need the zipper pocket lining, which one of these narrow pieces should be able to accommodate. And actually the narrow pieces, right, should be able to accommodate the Amelia cuts as well, maybe? Oh, this isn't wide enough, I don't think. No, it's too narrow for the, that's right. Okay, but it will accommodate these guys. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, there we go. For the Amelia. Ooh, I almost trimmed through another portion of that. That's not good. Okay, so that and that. So we have pockets and pockets. Yeah, because that's the zipper pocket lining. And then, or no, that's the Amelia. We don't have the zipper pocket lining yet. That's right. Because that was too narrow. Okay, so that's too narrow for any of the other cuts we need to do. This will work for the other cuts we need to do. Or the one, actually the body where it was like we cut at the split would actually be the best one to go from. Because it's got the smaller amount left now. That's a sleeve, I think. Yep, sleeve. Nope, not. Wow, which piece is it? Oh, it's because freaking down here still. Of course, because it would have like rolled off. All right. La 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 la. My brain is done. We still got a lot of work to do. Okay, are you tall enough? You're taller than anything else, so we're just gonna go with it. Extra, so that we're not like, because extra fabric is better than not enough fabric. And we're still already pretty fussy cutting. Yay. Okay. Swoop. And then we're going to go here. Good. And here. Good. Shlook. Cut. Yay. Zipper pocket lining. Okay. And then the Amelia's already been cut. And then for the slip pocket, interior slip pocket lining, I am going to use the blue. Because it's a gorgeous contrast to the pink. But it also still has the tones of the pink. Like these two colors look really good together. There's little splotches here. which you probably can't see on camera, Katie. Anyway, they match. Nice. And then this will be a really good contrast against the pink. And then what was the cut we need? I think I have it memorized, but the way the day is going, we're not going to even guess. It's not on that sheet. It's on the other sheet. Ah! Because they're split up by exterior and interior, because she does give a very good, okay, height by width. Height by width. She gives a really good cutting diagram here, but then it means that all the lining pieces get pushed. Oh, it's exactly the right height. Perfect. Yeah, all the lining piece measurements get pushed to the next page, which is a little bit annoying. But the cut diagram is so useful. So useful. Okay. Boom. I'm only going to cut this a little bit wider because here's part of it, so I'm not going to remember exactly what needs to be cut down necessarily. Height by width. So this is the wrong width anyway. Pop. My brain. Here. Minus 10 is here. Minus the rest is there. Plus a ½ inch. Height by width. That does not look right. It's right, but it doesn't look right. Anyway, interior pockets ahoy. Okay. I like how one is like blue lining, pink pocket, and the other one's gonna be pink pocket, blue lining. Oh, shit. That's really fun. Okay, so we do have enough of this pink to do the... Yeah, because I think that's the most appropriate kimono for... Let me just go take a look quick. All right, well, okay, are we lining with the pink or are we going to just do slip? No, I think we should line with the pink. Yeah, I don't want to take apart another kimono. This is good. I'm like, I do have a couple others back there that might work, but no, we'll do this. Okay. So in that case, let's not bring up the kimono quite yet. Let's just trim down what we need to do in here first. Okay, so this will be boom. Boom. Good. Me. Where's the ruler? My brain. The brains ain't braining no more. Okay, we're also gonna see if we can do a traveler sling from that, but it does really have to work with the gradient. And I just realized there is no rest fabric for that obi, meaning that the whole thing is patterned. That's only 2 extra inches, so let's just interface that whole thing. Okay, so that's going to be slip pocket and main lining pieces. Boom. That's not involved in anything. Good. Slip pocket and then we need a piece for the zipper pocket lining. Hello, my gorgeous. You just keep going. And then we're going to do, and then yeah, the haughty with the red rose will be the actual like interior slip pocket for that. Okay, here's my notepad. And where's the pen? Good. Red floral fans, floral river, because the ivory and red rose make 6 pockets. And then this will be the iridescent gradient. Good. Okay, so now the question becomes, no, actually that's not much of a question. Oh shoot, I'm like, oh, I could just like go for my run when I go to pick up the kids, but I was gonna make lasagna. I could make lasagna now. This is revolutionary. If I make lasagna now, now-ish. Actually, I got a big bread today too. I did not get an opportunity, or I didn't take the opportunity to go grocery shopping this week because kiddo was sick, and then I was just like, I'm not driving back into the city for the groceries. So we're working with what we got right now. That's too wide. So, and we're trying to make more bread at home, or at least for the last couple weeks. So I did an overnight, like not quite sourdough, fermented, no knead overnight loaf, which I really enjoy doing. Zipper pocket lining, which apparently has disappeared somewhere. Okay. If we do a traveler sling, we're going to do the traveler sling with the blue. This would turn better. If we have enough, we'll do the traveler sling with the pink for this one as well. Anyway, why was I talking about groceries? I don't even know. Whatever. Doesn't really matter at this point. Brains. Oh, no, but like, right, I was saying that I could go do a lasagna. Because I'm like, okay. Plans have been messed up because I thought that I would, delusionally, I thought that I'd be able to cut everything and get it interfaced before lunch, and then I'd go for my run at lunch. But I'm like, well, if I just go have lunch, and then I come back down and interface everything, I could still do that. Or we could just interface everything, and then I skedaddle at that point. So it's just like, do I make the lasagna now? Because there's time right now before I would do either of those things. Okay, so obviously this is a directional print. You're like, I don't care what you're eating for dinner, Katie. I know, I don't. I'm like, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, my brain just shut off. My God. Okay, it is noon. La, 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 la. What did I pair this with? I paired this with gray as well. Do I even have enough gray for everything that's going to have gray? What else had gray? Butterflies, but we're not doing the butterflies. Peonies. Okay. Okay, what does my motif look like? Cutting it this way. Boom, boom. So we would get from this line to here. So actually that's quite good. I adore this one, and I am not feeling it right now. Okay, let's actually see if we can do maybe we do smaller bags from it now, like the traveler sling. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 na 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 na. And actually, yeah, if we justify it this way, we get more of the background is also iridescent, which I just realized. The pink also is. Okay. All right. But like I said, the one drawback to this obi is it does not have any rest. So, and I do, well, actually, if we were to cut, the thing about it is it does not have any place for your, sorry, to cut like this out of. But the problem also is it's very directional. Like the floral vines are very, very straight. So if I were to cut the bottom out of this, I think it would look really messy because of the stickies that are like here. Like just too much for the eye. So then the question becomes is like, what do you put on the bottom of it? And I don't really have a good option right now. Because what was the back of this obi? Oh, that's what this was. And like, that's not going to cut it for the bottom of a traveler sling. Damn. Okay. Then the next question becomes, do I have an obijime where we could do Actually, this probably is a good candidate for a belt bag. Simply because there is no rest, like eye rest spot. And we could actually like, actually, yes, this would work. This is where this would shine because it's like gold, white, hot pink. Okay, so let's do an Amelia cut from this. And let's do a belt bag cut from this. Because if I frame this with denim, I'm like, I got a spare piece of denim right here. Let's see. If I frame this with denim, that is going to like, I would go with a darker denim than this. Hi, Wendy. I'm sorry you're not sleeping. I hope you're enjoying at least like my dithering over fabric choices 4 days before I'm leaving for Dawson. Right? I'm not crazy. I'm like, I don't know. I think this obi looks better out in the sunshine. It will look really good as one of these little new crossbodies. And I think a belt bag. And then we will do a dundern. Yeah, what am I doing? We're doing a dundern. Ah, that was the wrong thing to grab. I had to grab the denim piece. Oh my God. Okay, we're gonna cut this. And then I am gonna go upstairs and I'm going to have lunch and bake my bread because it's been sitting long enough. And it is windy today, so I am going to go for my run before I go pick my kids up. So we're also going to start lasagna because I think they're actually at about the same yeah. That's a okay, so like the motif runs, I'm saying it's a very directional motif, so it's running this way. But you're right, why wouldn't that work? And then do the like, so do it this way. And this or this is the top or bottom. That would be the bottom, you're right, because it feels weighted that direction. Would a traveler sling work better that way? That's the question. Thank you. Yeah, cute little bags for sure. I think the belt bag especially is going to look like if we take this, right? And we like, yeah, like that's going to look spectacular. And again, the framing of with the denim is going to like allow your eye to rest a little bit too. I think we would cut it here though, because there's more pink. And that's not much wastage. Or we could do the pink and white up here. Oh, there we go. No, never mind. Yeah, just tight right there. Okay, actually, let's cut that while I'm doing this, since I've lined it up already. Maybe. That's how we're going to lay it out on the motif no matter what. But I want to see what the traveler sling does as well. Because this as a back for the traveler is going to look freaking amazing. Yeah, like that, right? Oh my God. Oh, but then the problem is, whatever. The motif runs different ways. It's not like you're looking at it at the same time, right? Because we can't fit it this way. And doesn't matter. There's not enough selvage. Yeah. Okay, so then the question becomes, can this run? Well, is the obi wide enough? Yeah, okay, that would work. But then the problem still I run into with the traveler sling is we still don't have a rest spot for the base for this guy, because I find that yeah, I know, right? I did actually eat more calories this morning because I'm like, I'm going to run today. So I've kind of been eating more throughout, well, at least for breakfast. Well, okay, but if I did this, then that doesn't actually pick up any of the directional motif. Okay. That and that. And then that's like literally just random florals. And then we will take the back and pop it here, and it will run this direction because it has to, like, just, it's forced to, okay? And then the strap connector right here. No, because of the gradient. Damn, okay. Right? No, I see. Okay, no, I see what's up. Do we flip it this way, like that? Okay. Because like I said, it's weighted this, I don't know, the darker needs to be at the bottom, mentally. Okay, and there is enough there. Okay. And then the traveler, and then that's the rest point right there. There's the rest point. The back comes in here. And the strap connector's like just randomly right here. That's fine. And it can have a gradient because it's, yep. And then that's a good there is no directionality. It's just the silver. It's obviously still connected unless we want to go with the pink, but I feel like that's a lot of pink towards the bottom. And this is a better rest piece. Okay, there we go. Holy fuck. All right. Brains. Okay, so there's the traveler. Good. Traveler sling. I know, and I need brain calories, but we're going to finish these cuts because otherwise we're toasty toast. This is actually the one point where I'm like, I wish I had a smart oven so I could like turn the oven on while I was standing downstairs and then it would inform me when it's heated up. I don't need a smart oven. I actually quite like our current setup. However, one time, a few times, but yeah, if I cook the lasagna now, then I've got dinner made for the kids, and then I can go for my run and still have dinner for the kids because we got Girl Guides tonight too. So it's like I have to have something, and I do not want to do drive-through tonight because it's been a busy week, and I do not care to have drive-through again this week. Okay, and then actually that's a really good motif for. So we would cut to here. Yeah, and there's a nice setup for the dundurn. How wide is this? Yeah, and then we'll cut the same for the pockets, I think. Does that work? I think that works. This is a stable enough obi. I'm not going to worry about cutting extra. We're just going to trim it down to its actual size because it's not going anywhere for some reason. Did you see the, have you been here when I was doing the metal thread one? I found out that it's like 100% silk and 100% metal threads. And I'm like, what are the metals? Copper, gold, silver, all three? All of them above, right? Oh, no, we are going to do pink up, white down? No, because it's going to be lined in gray. Yeah, okay. And then I'm also like, wait, how much do we have to cut off? Not much. So we'll take like a bit off the top and a bit off the bottom. Okay. Okay. Main panel. We already cut the lining from the pink. We're going to cut the slip pocket from the blue. So we have, oh no, we are using the rose. The rose. Did I write that down? Yes, okay, good. Okay. Slip pocket panel. We need the zipper panel. Okay, how wide is this obi? Oh, it's not quite wide enough to just cut it that through. Oh, it might be if I unfold the selvages. Selvage. Good. Yeah, okay, so selvage to selvage is the correct height for the zipper pocket. Am I nuts for doing that? And that would be like right there. And then, no, I think that looks okay. And then what would we get for actual motifs? That. I think that looks really good as a pocket. Okay, good. Ding. 50 minus the width is that. Okay. Well, we're stuck with it now. Okay, good. Thank you. And then, yeah, and then the pocket. Actually, the pocket panel in the back would be kind of fun to flip it. Maybe we'll flip it. No, consistent that way. Okay. Traveler. Dundurn. We need Traveler interior. Right? Because we already cut the exterior and we've already cut the interior for the Dundurn. We need the interior slip pocket for the Dundurn. Which is I'm going to do the blue. This guy. Actually, yeah, because that one's too flashy. Never mind. I was like, maybe we'll do the navy. No, it's too flashy. Okay. Because again, this one has tones of that in here. So it's like a nice contrast while still being complementary to each other. That's not going to tell me what I need to cut for, and I don't know why I have to keep checking, but we're checking anyway. Since I keep fucking up my cuts. This is the right width, right? I'm sure we've checked this every single time, and every single time it's been the right width. But now I've been burnt too many times by my own non-mathing. Width, height. It looks too small. It is not. It is exactly the right measurements, and it looks too small. It's like, goddamn. All right. The blade wasn't out. Wasn't anything disastrous. It's just wasn't ready. Okay. Traveler sling interior. I think the traveler sling interior, if we've got it, should still be the pink. If we can finagle it. I think, oh yeah, we still got one long body piece left, so that's good. Okay. And then we have cut none of the fucking belt bag interiors. Katie? I don't even remember what we're... Okay. That's okay. Are we actually going to sew belt bags this week? No. I think focusing on the traveler sling and the Dundurn's better. And the Amelia, so I have something new. And then going in for the... And then the belt bags will be for Otafest, which I think is more my target audience for them. I don't know anymore. I don't know. No, we should cut the belt bags too, because if I don't cut them, they won't get done at all. Okay. Why am I rearranging this right now? We're going to do a belt bag. Yes. And an Amelia. And the Amelia can definitely run this direction, as can the belt bag, because the belt bag did look really good with it. Okay. That's a traveler cut. This is the belt bag. Now, we could do it where we have a less busy upper flap or a less busy body. Oh, and then we get that nice pink floral right there. I know I took a picture of the other version, but I actually like this. Right? Do we like this? Pink, 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 and iridescent. Yes. Yes? If I shimmy it this way, I still get pink, pink. Right there. Right there, because then we get this iridescent. We get some of the falling petals. Yes. Okay. Good. Yeah, that's true. Like a bunch of these ones with the pink and stuff like that. And then we just, yeah, because we're going to use the pink or the blue for them anyway. We know that. The big thing that I need to do is I need to the exterior is cut right now so we can get them interfaced and Scotch guarded, because the Scotch guard actually adds a while. So what I was thinking is it's like, actually, so that even leans me even more to go for the run before I pick the kids up. Because I was like, there's no rest point. There's a whole bunch of fucking fabric right there, Katie. I swear I did not see this earlier. Well, next traveler sling. Then we get 2 very distinct traveler slings, right? All right, that's totally what I intended to do. I should not be trusted with a rotary cutter today, apparently. Fuck. Okay. Do we run the Amelia this direction? Or do we run the Amelia this direction? Actually, no, that's determined by if we can cut 2 from here. Oh, fuck, we might be able to. What is the actual height of this? Oh, we should be able to cut 2 from here. Yep. So, like, one side could be the white, which is really cool, actually. And one side could be the pink. Oh, no. Or we could do just gradient to gradient. Or, devil's advocate, they could be opposite. I think I like this idea better. Also feels like it wastes less fabric, which it does actually. Is that what we do? Do we do that? It feels rebellious and kind of wild, but it would be fun. Or do we just do the flap in this and take some of the rest fabric that I just found and make that the body? Because at the same time, this could make a really cute just that. Or actually, yeah, make sure that I'm like on that pink and white floral there with the iridescence. There we go, like right there. I forgot that why I usually cut these out, the see-through things. And then the body of the bag could be this. And in which case I would actually just follow the gradient with the bag. Yep, there we go. Never mind. Good. We're good. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. An Amelia. And I found, yeah, I decided that I did find an OBG made that works with it as well. And then we're gonna come in here onto the rest fabric and we're going to do this, and then that'll be the interior. And then what interiors do I still need to cut? I need to cut a belt bag, a traveler, and the Amelia linings. Belt bag, traveler, and Amelia. And realistically, we should probably just finish some more of like this navy OB. There we go. Okay, because then we can decide. Okay. Yes. My brains are gone. Should we do the lining after lunch? No, finish the cuts. Finish the cuts. Ooh, my heater is on and it feels good. Okay. These don't feel like they go with that for sure. So it's like the pink needs to be the... Right, we're going to do a pink and then we're going to do the blue fabric for this. We've already cut that. We need the traveler sling. We need the dundern. No, we did the dundern. Traveler and Amelia. Traveler and Amelia. Traveler and Amelia. Dun, dun, dun. We might not have enough of the Amelia. The pink for traveler. Dun, dun, dun. Nope. Okay, these are all small pieces. Very small. Okay, there's one. Oh, there's sleeves. Okay, so this one sleeve. Coming to the rescue. That might be able to do the like smaller pockets. And that can do, okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, traveler sling cuts for sure because we need those big back cuts, and then I'm pretty sure this piece, which looks narrow but has got a crap ton of space here. Nope, never mind. I was gonna say I think this can do. It can't do the swoop pocket, can it? If it can do the swoop pocket, we're golden. Nope. Because then this was already cut for something else, right? No, it is not. Oh, okay. No, it's not. Right? No, because we still have the splice up there. Okay, cool. Okay, so this could become belt bags and Amelia's. Perfect for a lot of them. And actually, so then for this stuff does work for the Amelia's, right? I think. Some of it does, some of it does not. This does. And honestly, that should mostly work for the belt bag too then. It's definitely, yep. Does it work for the big? Okay, we're just going to interface all of that. We're not doing any more cutting until afterwards. Lunchtime. All right. So we're going to pause. I'm going to get lunch. I'm going to start my bread and we're going to start the lasagna. I don't think bread is actually that long, to be honest. And we're going to ignore the abstract fans because we're done. This took, again, it took longer than I anticipated. When does it not, though? Like, at the same time, I'm not surprised. And honestly, it's only 12:30. So, like, how long have we actually even been on? 3 hours. That's, yeah, about right. We did get a lot done. Okay. Yeah, because how long does the bread make, though? Heat the oven in Dutch oven. This one where you, like, cover with the Dutch oven lid and bake for 30 minutes. Then carefully remove the lid and bake for 10 to 20 more minutes. Oh, and then it's babysat. Okay, fair. Okay. Not bad. I do have to bake it now though, because otherwise it's gonna it's an overnight rise and it'll have sat too long otherwise. Because it's a 12 to 18 hour rise. And I think I got it into the bowl around 10 last night. 10:30. So that's 12, 14 hours. That's perfect. Okay. Heat the oven and the Dutch oven. Okay. I will see you in a bit. I'm not going to turn the stream off, but yeah, it's lunch break time. Bye. See you in a bit. Okay, we're back. That took a little bit longer than I anticipated, but it's all good. It's all good. Bread is in the oven, and then we're going to cool it down for the lasagna. And then, yeah. Okay. Ironing board's here. I'm grabbing the quilt board. And then, shwoop-a-doop. Hello. We need the actual... Oh, I've got the window open and it feels so good. I can actually like smell that it's warm. Oh my God. I'm so excited to go for this run right now. Which is good because at this point I'm just hoping I don't injure myself with the half marathon, to be honest. I have not done shit all for training this round, so oh well. Okay, let's line these guys up proper. So you're both up there, and then you can plug in here. Just like trying to figure out where exactly. There we go. All the things. Yeah, anyway. So yeah, bake the bread, bake the lasagna. That'll put us around 2:30. Actually, and that's good because I probably should head out around the I don't know, earlier rather than later for the run. If I head out around because the lasagna takes about an hour to cook, and then everything else, and we're gonna be So we're going to be able to iron this and get it interfaced today. Ooh, should I be focusing in on maybe getting the obi onto the Scotch Guard? Yes. No, I think we'll be okay. I think that will be okay for. I'm literally just waiting for the iron to heat up at this point. But we have to iron out the kimono because all the hemlines are still here, and we need to be able to use the whole amount of the fabric. So are these cotton? No. Are we ironing them on the cotton setting? 100%. It's not like we're actually... Okay, apparently I need to scoot over. Plugged into the thing behind the laptop, and the ironing board's just a little bit too far. Those are not actually garbage. Those are scraps bags that I should actually be taking into Calgary on Friday, but probably won't. The Ujamaa Association does a fabric yard sale every year at the beginning of or mid-May or something like that. And apparently they'll take bags of scraps, which is awesome. It's mostly just that I'm also keeping them organized because I don't actually have my bin laid out right now or set up. It's empty because I just got rid of a bunch of scraps, and I could have it out, but I haven't done it. All right. Hey, Flynn. What's up, sweet pea? All right. There's one piece ready. I know there's two pieces here, so we should actually pop them apart. There we go. Yay, I did it. And this also doesn't have to be perfect, but it does have to have like, the hemlines at least need to be opened up so that when I press it onto the interfacing, it's not like, nah! I guess we could do that as we're pressing it onto the interfacing, but like it takes more organization to fussy place everything otherwise. At least if the hem is mostly opened up, it's like, all right, this is how much space it's taking up on the interfacing sort of shit, so. I just realized all of those lining cuts, literally just realized all those lining cuts. And it almost would be better to cut the lining cuts down. Yeah, whatever, we'll do them. We'll do them lengthwise. This interfacing roll's almost out of interfacing. We'll have to we're gonna have to open up the next one probably. For this batch. Excuse me. So, ooh, yeah. And I am actually I'm going to be playing hooky on Friday, which I do not normally allow myself to do, but Expo is this weekend, our comic expo in Calgary. So we're gonna head to that because in a couple of years, Dallas's work schedule puts him back at work during Dawson Creek, or at least as everything points to that right now. So I'm gonna kind of go. I haven't been to Comic Expo for years. The kids have never been, and I'm gonna go kind of excuse me, reconnaissance and see what's up there, and if it would be suitable. I think we would do well. It's worth a try at least one year. So. Okay. Right, because these are all the pieces that we're going to use for like traveler slings and stuff, like the traveler sling, the last one that we cut. And then also, excuse me. Yeah, I don't know. I hear like with Expo, I hear a lot of good reports. I hear a lot of bad reports. It's like 4 days and 100,000 people. So, and honestly, for it being done at the Stampede grounds, it's also not an inaccessible cost for 4 days compared to what I pay for other shows, at least, like Mid City and stuff like that. So, all right. So yeah, that is all of this kimono material. So if we use it all up today, yay us. Terrifying. Yay. But I guess we were pretty focused on what we're actually using it for too. So there's that a bit, right? So I don't think if it has any polyester in it, it is a very low amount because like I said, this was cotton setting for the iron, and I do not see any like, I want to say, excuse me, crisping. That's not the right word, like any scorching or anything like that, so that's good. And then we need to do the same here for the obi, because we need to open up their selvages. Just because if we need them, they need to be open and interfaced. And also because honestly, if I interface them with these down, oh my god, is the seam ever so much thicker, right? So anyway, I have consumed my lunch. I have caffeinated. I had a Coke Zero. I used up my cream yesterday for my coffee, so it's like, and then the milk that I had, it was fine in the morning. I used it in a Dutch baby, and then I went to make tapioca pudding last night, and it like curdled in the pan. I'm like, oh, because like even for the Dutch baby, I knew it was right on the edge. But I'm like, okay, well, if we cook it, it's good. It'll be fine. So baking it apparently was fine because it couldn't separate. But trying to make tapioca pudding, it was like, hell no. So there wasn't much left. Thank goodness. But it also meant I didn't have any milk for my coffee this morning. So I'm like, oh. And if you're like, why are you whining about that? It's like, because I always take cream or milk. Okay. If it is an absolute last resort, I will drink black coffee. But I find it's very acidic. And actually, I haven't done black coffee since I started Ozempic. So I wonder actually how it would do now. But anyway, I'm a princess. I like my coffee with at least milk, typically half and half, which is 10%. But there we go. Okay, no, we are not touching that. No, none of that. None of this one, because it's all, nope, 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 nope. We will do the, is that, yes, okay, that is cut for something. I don't know what this is cut for. I'm assuming it's probably going to be main pocket lining, or no, traveler sling. That's what it is. Right? Yes, that's what it feels like. Although I did figure out, so I've been like getting lattes with an extra shot for years. And then the other day I was like, I don't do that for the extra caffeine most of the time. I do that so that it's like a coffee forward flavor. And then I was like, wait, that's just get a cappuccino if you're going to get something with milk in it. And lo and behold, you don't need to pay extra for an extra shot. I need to try that out at Coffee Traders to see if it's true there as well. But so far, it has proven true. Like, yes, love it. Now, sometimes I get the latte with the extra shot because high caffeine, but majority of the time it's just so I actually get the like extra flavor. I should know better, and I should just start taking pictures of all of these things with what they're going with, because I don't remember what that's for either. Hey, that is such a little small line on this one. I'm not going to worry about it. I am going to worry about it at least on the like silver pieces that don't have the embroidery, because then it at least reduces the seam on one side, the bulk on one side when we interface. Whee. Okay, I feel like that's the back to the traveler sling, and this is the front. That feels right. Oh, that was the maker's notes actually trimmed off there. Interesting. I'm pretty sure this one also had a Nishijin sticker peel on the interior of it, so it wouldn't surprise me if that's what it was. I love how I just have a random lining piece like laid out here. Like, hey, you're totally going to know what this is when you're working on these 5 hours later, aren't ya? Won't ya? Sure, Katie. Sure. Yay. Like, I don't, what is this for? This is part, actually, yeah. This is an argument to make sure that I'm cutting the same bag all at the same time. But the problem is I don't want to have to I don't want to pull the obi out, cut one bag, put it away, cut all the dundurns at once. It's right? Okay, that is actually, I do know that goes there, at least. It's like, no, cut everything at once. So I guess it's more I'm going with the cut all the fabric. That still feels more efficient, but it is not as maybe efficient on this side. I don't know, whatever. We have a general idea of what I'm doing, right? I'm not going to touch the rest of that. It'll be fine. Okay, these ones at least have their markings. They will need some trim down, but there's a lot. There's like pocket linings. These are all dundurn zipper panels. Oh, I guess we'll figure it out sooner rather than later. Okay, so that's actually a lining piece and not a pocket, or not an exterior piece. I don't know why I set that in a different category, but whatever. Whatever. Whew. This one has a scent still. It's fine, but still. Okay, good. We didn't actually impact the front. So we're just going to go along here for the seam. Excellent. Yeah, because this is going to be the zipper panel for the Dundern. Okay. I'm going to just pop all that there. Okay. Yeah, we're going to press this out a little bit right here, and we'll open up this seam since I'm already working on it. It's fine, we don't need to, but it's not like it's gonna hurt it. Maybe it'll melt some of those threads together so there's not so much fray later. We can hope and dream, and that's way too tiny of a selvage to worry about. Okay, those are all zipper panel things for the Dundern. Like, no, they have to be taken apart so I can go like Scotch guard. No, interfacing first, Katie. Bah! You got other work to do. Okay, that one, and it doesn't actually need an ironing either. That one probably could have used an iron. It'll press out when we're doing interfacing. This one's got a really wide selvage, and this could use it right here. Like that. Done. Okay, that was... Okay, yeah, these are the slip pocket panels. Whee! Like that. Excellent. Okay, slip. Wait. Yeah, okay. Slip pocket panel. Slip pocket panel. Okay, there's 3 here. Right, one of which is wide and it's good. Okay, and then we'll figure the ones out from here. And then this is going to be a traveler sling. I am going to go in and press it because it's a little bit, yeah, the selvage is a bit wide and it is looking a little bit careworn after being packed and brought home. If you're just joining, we're working on getting obi and kimono ready for various bags. I'm hoping to have at least a portion of these sewn for Sunday when I'm in Dawson Creek, BC. We have a bunch of other stuff to finish still before then as well, but you know, the motto is if it's not cut, it's not getting sewn. So here we are doing the sewing or the cutting. I'm pretty sure this is the traveler sling. Belt bag? No. Amelia bag. Amelia bag. That's right. Because then it can have the fans on both sides. Right? You guys like you know. I know I should keep track of it myself. But there was a lot going on this morning. I should have a photo of that, dependent on what it is. We are going to open up all of these because these have quite a wide selvage, and honestly, it may as well. Okay. And then that must be, that feels like a belt bag cut. This portion at least. So I don't know what's up there. I don't know. But it's going to be an exterior cut, so we'll figure it out. Okay. This is a tiny selvage, but this obi still needs a pressing open. So here we are, pressing it open like good sewists. Okay. And then this guy. Also same thing. Not, actually one side's got more selvage than the other. Okay, so one's a fairly narrow selvage, one's a fairly wide selvage. We definitely need some more water in this iron. Apparently my steam is running out. And then we're gonna unfold this on this end. I feel like this doesn't seem like this that much. I haven't done the interiors yet. which is where we really need to actually iron because they're the kimono and they actually have more folding going on than the obi do. Okay, the way these are interacting, that tells me that it's probably silk because it's not scorching like a polyester would have already. All right. I don't remember what either of those bamboo ones are, but I'm pretty sure I wrote down somewhere what we're doing with them, so we'll figure it out. Okay, that is a narrow piece of this obi, or kimono, but that's okay. We can work with that. And then these are all the interior pockets and etc. I did open up more pink than I have cut, just because, as per Wendy's suggestion, probably not a bad idea. And apparently this is going to be the piece that I select for this one to do. I don't know. Okay. Open this up. There we go. Okay, so that's a little lining. This is all going to be like lining stuff. I need water. I know I have the 3 water bottles down here specifically to do this with. La la. All right, that's because they're over here for some reason. Do 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 do. There's a water bottle. Bum 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 bum. Actually, I still have my like heater on. I'm like, I don't really need that on today. And in part because we're working with the iron, and in part because it's actually quite a nice warm breeze coming in too. So, there we go. Floof. Floof that doesn't need to be on the iron. That actually looks like a cat whisker. Nope, thread. Never mind. All right. I know for sure that this black and red that we have here is going to be more than what we need. Again, I don't remember what a lot of these cuts are for, but we'll figure it out. I'm pretty sure this is actually a zipper pocket. Well, yeah, actually this is a zipper pocket lining because that's the majority of what this is becoming as well, I think. Honestly, it's such a big piece. Well, we'll interface it, but I don't know. I'm only going to cut the one piece off that we need of it because it is a large enough piece to still do like lining panel and slip pocket for something as well. I like slip pocket lining. So we'll hold off on cutting all of it. This one is actually from a Japanese woman in Calgary. She gifted me a bunch last year because she's like, well, I'm not going to wear them again. So here you go. I don't want to store them anymore. So I'm like, sure, we can work with that. They are spectacular. So okay, less than 10 minutes my alarm's going to go off. Actually, probably about 5 minutes and my alarm's going to go off, and I will go open up the bread. And then it has 10 to 20 minutes more after that. I think 20 actually. Basically to crisp up the top, although I do have to watch it a bit more. So we'll kind of do 5-minute stints at that point, which is fine because we can still get quite a bit done in 5 minutes. Okay, there's that. I'm happy enough with that to like press it onto the interfacing. Okay, whoa. go. Okay, next question is where? Oh, wait, it probably fell off. I definitely heard. It's like what fell off the desk. It's totally the line roller that I was just wondering about. We were today years old when we figured out that this actually does lift the threads out from when we opened it up. Perfectly? No. Better? Yes, actually. Told you. Okay. Stop. I will unplug the iron. I know I will be right back, but you know, I got cats, guys. And actually, we'll put it on a more stable surface because my ironing board is not that surface. Okay, at least this piece is ready. Enough, at least. BRB. And if you can hear my fan, I totally forgot to like mute my mic. Excellent. Okay. Apparently I'm 20 seconds too early. Disaster. Right. Okay, 3 seconds, whatever. Let's take a look. Oh, it smells good already. I'm excited. This is one of my favorite ways. Oh, guys, that looks so good. I honestly don't even know if it needs the extra time. Okay, no, it's not hollow sounding. Okay. But I am only going to give it, I'm going to give it 8. Because it's practically where I want it for doneness, actually. Okay, so 150. I should be able to hear that down here, so I'm not overly worried about it, but. Okay, plug the iron back in for a couple minutes. It shouldn't have cooled down that much, all things considered. So. And then again, it's not like this has to be perfectly flat right now. It just needs to be like mostly flat, right? So, good. Okay, we definitely know in like this sort of case, this is in main pocket lining or main lining fabric for Dundern, as well as the slip pocket lining for the front, which is fun. I do really like this kimono. It's like got such good colors and a different like pattern too, which is really interesting. Sure. I think this is intended to be a zipper pocket panel. No, it's too wide for zipper pockets, so I don't know. We'll figure out. And if, oh, that might actually be a slip pocket. Never mind, like an interior slip pocket. So, and then we need to take a look at. Actually, I'm not going to worry too much about the instructions for these yet because Yeah, we'll have to like Scotch guard them. So tonight, I'm gonna get the kids to bed when we get home. We got Sparks tonight, so we're gonna do that first, obviously. And we're gonna come home. I know the eldest wants to paint their nails, so we're gonna do that. And then to bed. And then I'm gonna come downstairs and we're gonna sew the kato that are waiting in the wings. And then we'll go in and we'll do, yeah, because if we do the kato, and honestly, I thought I had enough small box bags. I don't think there's enough small box bags. So we do have that tote of nearly finished box bags. Actually, that's what I should do while they're doing bedtime tonight. Because I've been trying, we've like been trying to do kiddos to bed themselves, which works a chunk of the time, but all the small box bags need to have their twill clipped into them. So if I can convince them to go to bed by themselves, I can do that while they are going to sleep. And like, I still sit there. I'm very close. I'm just not in their beds with them anymore as much. And honestly, given how much activity they should have had today, that should work tonight. So, and sunshine, hopefully, too. Actually, I was kind of shocked. The youngest has been doing a lot, and actually, they love their new bed. So they've been sleeping in their bed the whole night for quite often. And but last night they were in bed quite early. It was like, it's either, okay, so normally it's either they like sleep in their own bed through the whole night, or they like come in right as our alarms are going off, basically. At least that's what it feels like. But last night, yeah, they were definitely in the bed for longer than the alarm going off. I don't know what time they crawled in. The eldest was probably about like 1 a.m. usually. We're on a deadline. Get these ironed. Got 4 more minutes. We can definitely finish all the interiors here, and then we'll go upstairs and we'll do the blah-de-blahs, and then we will, yeah, because next is the, so I decided bread then lasagna, because it's a lot easier to like cool an oven down in some ways than it is to heat it up. So I was like, okay, if I do the bread first, then the lasagna can go in, and so we can just, we'll pop it in at the temperature the bread's at, but like just set it so the oven cools down, basically. It's not gonna hurt it. Although this bread's cooking at like 450 degrees, so it even singed my cork board when I took because it's cast iron bread, so it like singed the cork board when I took the cast iron out to get it, place the bread inside. Okay, now can we pull this from a, oh, except that might actually abrade the waxed canvas. Okay, so let's pull all the waxed canvas down so we don't do that. Or at least we don't do as much damage, hopefully. Come on. I know you can do it. Thank you. Okay. So when I talk about we will do this lengthwise, there's the end of the roll. And then like stuff like, well, all of this, but especially these lengths are going to go up this way. Now it's such a mess now. God damn it. It is not God's fault. It is my own. But it's nice being able to blame someone else sometimes. I'm only religious when I need to blame someone else. Oh, God. Yeah. There. Okay, and then we'll take, I don't know, we'll take these pieces along here. No, because we still have like a couple long pieces underneath, don't we? Because I'm pretty sure I can place one more along here and we're good. Yep, there we go. Right, should work. I think the interfacing's wide enough for 3 across for an obi. Ooh, not quite. No, because these are 14-inch and these are probably 13. Okay, so we'll get the smaller pieces that need to be interfaced. Not a big deal. And they can be placed here. Because this, yeah, like there's no, or at least there is room, but there's not enough extra room to make that achievable. I wonder actually if this fits. Hell yeah, because they're a little bit different size. Okay. Now, because we're working from the motif side, we're just going to kind of do the tap method. Tappity tap. Shoop. Oh, and there is my timer, which it definitely, like I said, was almost ready anyway. So we will, let's tack these down and then I'll head upstairs quick. And actually, it's not too big a deal if these don't get full interfacing because they are going to get trimmed down. This one does need full side-to-side interfacing because it has whatever it's making has to be like full width. Okay, unplugging the iron again, don't worry. And I'm gonna set it up here. Smartest idea, maybe not, but if I put it so that it could fall over on the floor, it could melt my carpet, so. Okay, up the stairs again. Come with me, let's go see if my bread's ready. You're like, this is why we don't allow work from home anymore. Hell yes, it's ready. Oh, it smells so good. Yeah. Shut up. And this door's gonna be left open for a couple minutes. It's like, the preheat is done. Oh, it's so good. I will take a picture of it and I'll bring down and show you, don't worry. Fuck yes. Okay, cool. Now, I'll leave that open for another moment. Vent the heat. I'll get the lasagna in. No. Ugh. It's like you're supposed, so it's got that plastic film on top and you're supposed to like peel it back, right? So you get the little vent. Apparently this one got sealed really well. Come on. I need a vent point. Nope. Denied. Nope. Okay, I'm gonna have to just cut one. Oh well. Allows the oven a little bit more time to be ready, I guess. Oh, and I never know how large a vent you're supposed to do, so here we go. And the bread sounds good. Yeah, that sounds better too. Good. Okay, now, good thing is that we know now we can hear it. So I'm just gonna set a timer up here. Okay, and this actually has to go out on a wire rack so it cools and doesn't like burn on the bottom because the cast iron will hold on to so much heat. Sure, let's do this. Very carefully though. Whee! Very cute. I love it. Yeah, I think. Yeah, it sounds hollow now, which is good. Apparently that's one of the ways you can tell bread doneness, I guess. I don't know. And them's the rumors I've heard. Okay, so. Here's the bread. She is done. Whee! Super tasty looking. That was a very like overexposed photo. Now that I'm actually showing it off. Right. I'm like, I was going back for the steam press? I don't know what I was just doing. The brains ain't braining right now. Probably could use more caffeine or something. Who knows? Who knows? Got enough water? I think yes, we do. Okay. Again, I am not expecting these to be perfect. We just need this to be... This is still going under the steam press. So, when did this move? I had to move it over, and now it's like moved back. I guess maybe for the interfacing roll. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, we're still going to take this over or go put this all into the steam press. So really all we need to do is make sure that it is on enough. And if you're like, why do you double press it? Because again, the obi is very slippery, and I was noticing I was spending a lot of superfluous time trying to make sure that interfacing and fabrics were matching up. So if I tack it down as I take it off of the roll, it actually saves me a significant amount of time. I know this seems like an extraneous step, but it is not. So do we still have to go put it under the steam press? 100%. The steam press that's what its job is. The iron does not permanently adhere this. However, it does make the job a lot easier. Okay. Wait. Is that the blue? Ah, shit. Because I was going to use blue for the bamboo one. Did I not trim it down? Did I just we're going to do this and then totally blanked? And there's another piece of red. I think that's what happened. Okay, what are we making out of the bamboo one? We're making a traveler and something, right? I think Amelia? Are we making an Amelia bag? Or are we making a belt bag? Or both? Either way, that is the lining for it. Okay, so I'll have to figure that out in a minute. There's also another piece of this red obi, so we're obviously missing something. Who knows? Who knows? I don't. Okay. So we know that this red won't fit because it's too wide. We can fit another piece of the bamboo though. And actually that looks like it might, oh no, not quite. I was like, it might take it to the end. It's not going to take it quite to the end because there's a fold under here as well. Watch out. However, it'll take it further. Like that. Excellent. Okay. Good. All right, and then the other, so part of why I also make sure that these are all rough cuts, or generally fairly rough cuts, and then we go back in and trim everything down, is because interfacing curves is an absolute pain in the ass. Because it's not only oh yeah, because there's a big, okay, that's a big piece of something else, which we don't need, I don't think. Look at me, need all of that later. Anyway, how much do we have left? Do we have enough for another long piece? Remember? Enough. Oh, not quite, hey? You are, no, we'll sub in the, yeah, okay. May as well do 2 more long pieces, and then we can bring in the next roll to finish off that one. That's fine. Yeah, because it's so we do the rectangle cuts, and then we do all our curved cuts afterwards, because A, with it being slippery, and B, with it being slippery, or B, with a lot of these cuts being curves, cutting it afterwards is still the better plan. Okay, that's the right side. Let's It's a very subtle difference. There's a little bit more detail in the rows. Is this too wide? This is too wide for this space. Cool. Okay, so let's do some in-piecing with the other pieces that need to be interfaced, because there's still a lot to be interfaced. And we always have something going on. We do still have a stack of Kato that I'm hopeful. Am I crazy for wanting to add them? Yes, 100%. However, their interiors are sewn. All their exterior portions are selected. So why not, right? Okay. If you're like, you haven't touched the pink yet, that's because it wasn't even on the board yet. I'm just like piecing as we go. Yee. This obi's thick enough that it's not enjoying being, or this kimono is like, I'm really thick fabric. It's gonna be really hard to press me onto this. Okay, so that's a really long piece, so that's the next roll. We're gonna choose some smaller pieces just to kind of fill in some gaps, I guess. Something. It's too wide for there, hey? Are you too wide for there? Yes. So I think we're gonna go this way with a lot of it. I'm also gonna press that down because it's annoying me. That needs to be pressed down because it's also annoying me. Okay, come on. Press down. Good. Okay. These are the pieces I don't even know what they're for. I know I talked about them on the podcast, on this stream, so I guess I'll be going back to rewatch my stream. I hate listening to myself. I just can't remember. I think they're Amelia. Actually, I was kind of vaguely smart about this stuff. I have a feeling I have photos. Yes, okay, so this is a small portion for a belt bag. This is an Amelia crossbody. Okay. And then one of these is a belt bag and one of these is a flat panel. Okay, good. I did take photos. Because otherwise I know that I have to go back and watch, and I hate having to do that. It's such a waste of time. Okay, tap. Ah! Tap lifts with the iron. Goddamn. You are very not happy, hey? Oof, okay. Okay. Oh, you don't even fit. You're like right on that edge. There we go. Good enough. Okay. If it needs a little bit extra afterwards, we'll give it a little bit of TLC afterwards. That's fine. I'm fine with doing that. There we go. I.e. a little bit extra. But I think there's a little bit of wiggle room where we won't have to worry about that. This, the blue obi or kimono, definitely needs everything we can get. So we're up for length at least. So next things next is swapping and prepping the next roll of interfacing, actually. Which I just realized. I gotta move shit out of the way at the end of my cutting table here. Okay, it is currently on the skinnier dowel, and the skinnier dowel is complaining. I see that. Can I put both dowels through at the same time so that then I could just like pull the other one out? I think so. I think we can do a double dowel. I'm not going to finish that sentence. But it is exactly what you're thinking, probably. Come here. Come on. Really? Oh my God. It's like, I'm going to pull off half. Half is only going to come off. Come on. Oh God, this better be the same shit. It is the same interfacing, right? Okay. Fuck. Okay, good. I'm not up for playing those goddamn games this year. I bought them at the same time, same weight, should be the same interfacing. So far it is. Okay. We have played those games before. It sucks. Come on. Yeah. Okay. I guess we also have to figure out how many Amelias there are too, because we're going to need stabilizer for them. Come on. Okay, one more. One more round. Because my craft scissors aren't... Actually, I could just shove that off with the dowel. Ha! We win! Okay. Let's see if we can do double dowel. Oh no! It's not gonna fit because of the tape. Actually, if I go from the other end, it might fit. I swear, I'm almost 37. It's still funny. Oh God, okay. My maturity level is totally showing. Can I get it in? Yes. It'll fit. Oh, it actually will fit. Good. It's just that the problem being, there's all the other shit on the rack right there. Yay! All right. We're strong, independent. We can do this. Although I might actually have to ask Dallas for help with the canvas this time. Mostly because it's just like for getting the black canvas back on the roll. Because it's A, heavy, and it's like at an awkward angle. And what's the other thing? There was something else that I was thinking about. There we go. Okay, now the problem's going to be, can I get the other dowel out? Yes. Without destroying my studio, hopefully. Ha ha. And if you're like, why did you put it up there with that smaller dowel? Because it cleared up a big chunk under my cutting table, actually, when I was tidying up in January or whatever it was. There we go. Am I out of breath? Yes. Do I run long distances? Yes. Doesn't mean I don't get out of breath. Also, that thing is heavy. Okay. It's on the wrong way. Fuck. Ah! Guys, it's gonna unroll the wrong way. It's gonna unroll under, which doesn't work. We gotta have it unroll over. Okay, well, the dowel is in, so I think this portion will actually be easier. Like this, right? Fuck yes. Okay. Why didn't I? Okay. It's just way easier next time, too. Fine. Trying to be all fancy about it, and that's just easier. Anyway, new interfacing time. Yay! Fresh interfacing. All right. I am going to line my stuff up a little bit better this way. If that means that I need to actually move the... Oh, there's some... What's going on then? I'm like, there's no more give in this, like, surge bar. There's totally more give in the surge bar. Because what's been happening is it's just been the iron cord's just been short, kind of. Okay. Anyway. I can count that as part of my workout, right? I'm going to create the tiniest amount of, like, overlap here. There we go, like that. And then we're just going to continue. Okay, so the blue is going to be kind of what anchors it for now. And then make sure this doesn't totally, like... Oh, God. It's not the... Wait, what? Is it not the same width? Okay, it's the same length. No, that should be the same width. The fuck is this? Am I just crooked? No. No, it's not just that I'm just crooked. It is actually smaller. By like a full inch. Oh, those fuckers. Really? Really? Because yeah, so if I lay it over top, so the blue has been able to go across the whole way. And it's not just that I'm crooked. Okay, I'm crooked. Nope. No, it is actually smaller. By almost a full inch. Which is wild, because again, I bought these at the same time. Inconsistencies, I hate them. Okay. Not much I can do, because I can't return it since I bought it like a year ago. Okay, so in that case, what I'm going to do, instead of trying to piece these together, is I'm going to trim this here. And we're just going to piece the blue out of what's here so that it's interfaced. And then we'll start fresh with the next roll, I guess. Annoying on many accounts. This would have been nicer to be able to just roll it out and continue, but all right. Okay, so those aren't quite wide enough. And don't add quite enough length, but we're damn close. I know that there's some back here as well to like be able to bolster what we need. Okay. So then this piece can go here. And that should be enough height. And then probably this guy. Zip. There we go. Good enough. And then we'll trim it down afterwards, whatever. Now this one I will make sure to press a little bit more, just simply because we have so many pieces in the back there that we want to make sure that they're all at least slightly adhered, right? So, all right. I'm annoyed. Let's see what we can actually fit on here now. It's not a big deal when I'm like working with like the cottons and stuff like that, but with this, it is actually a fairly big deal. Okay. Okay. I don't know what this piece is for, but here we are. We will place it on here to press. And then we'll do the next long piece of the pink, or a long piece of the pink. Actually, it's better to do that on this side anyway. Okay, like that. And actually, let's grab the next piece. Eee, don't fall. Oh, this is the really long piece. Okay, if we're gonna do a really long continuous piece, let's do that one on. Keep changing my mind. But that can be on the outside here. Like this. Okay, and then I'm actually going to do the other long piece I know we got to do, which is this hollow piece, which needs to be this way. There we go. And then we'll do smaller pieces on this outside side, which is definitely far smaller. Oh my God, I'm annoyed. Okay. It's like, I get stuff has to change sometimes, but like supplies like this should be consistent. Like, why is this an inch smaller too? It's not just like an eighth. It's a full inch. I am... Ooh, okay. This howdy in particular is very slippy. It's not even a howdy. It is a kimono piece. But scoot over again because apparently I'm not well lined up on it. There we go. Okay, keep going. Keep going. I have to figure out what pieces are actually for the exteriors of the Amelia bags because they should not be interfaced. They need a stabilizer. And I don't want to have to double interface. Shit. Okay, so we need to pull that that one red piece off of the other interfacing. Because it needs a piece of stabilizer in between. Because we don't use fusible, we use the non-fusible interfacing and fuse it with the interfacing so that everything gets at least a coat of interfacing, especially with the obi and the kimono. Okay, which means that that this is the same. Shit. Okay. It's not that well adhered, as you can tell. Okay. The majority, but we have cut down everything else that needs to be used. Okay. Fuck me. I did not even think about that. Okay, so what piece were we using for the Amelia? It was... We're using the fans and that small portion right here. Okay. Now, good news is I can just honestly trim those pieces out. We can slam the stabilizer in it a little bit later. And we're good. And realistically, these could, well, I don't really want to stabilize them after sculpture guarding them. Okay, the belt bag is going to be the upper piece and the Amelia bag is going to be the lower piece. All right. Let's bring the belt bag piece over here because it was pretty tight on the top. And then I can do the... There. Because then the fans are like there. Good. Okay. So we just trim down the middle. We're good. Okay, and then what else did we decide? We're going to do the Amelios. We're going to be that peony fabric and a few other pieces. I also will need one more piece of this red anyway, I'm just realizing, because I actually have a picture of a second piece of red for this. Okay, so the belt bag's still on there. We just rescued both the Amelia pieces of that one. And we are adhering the stabilizer oh right, okay, so no, the interiors are fine. Just do all the interiors because the interiors don't get the stabilizer. It's the exterior. So I didn't actually need to pull that up. Whatever. Brain. Brains are gone. I'm glad I clued into that though. So we'll just double check what we're actually, I'm pretty sure I took pictures of all the Amelias we are doing. Since we are past the point of doing the ironing on the bottom here, I am going to throw I'm just going to clip it. And then I don't have to pull it back up to iron it. And it's going to be tacked down on the top anyway, so it doesn't matter. Not really, right? So, okay. Because here's the thing. It's still, again, this isn't the final stop. We still have to interface it, or steam press it. I'm feeling a little bit of the time crunch and wondering if I should be focusing on the exteriors, but it's okay. Everything will be fine. Because yeah, what I say, the plan was then I'll go in and do Kato tonight, and that will make me feel more accomplished that we actually get some stuff finished. I did also come home from Ancient Arts, Hanami, on Saturday. Got down here yesterday on Sunday, and I saw like 3 bags that were nearly done. Like, and I was standing in Ancient Arts, and I was like, didn't I make Wonderland cats? And then I got home, and it had like fallen off the chair that I'd put the bags as they were like ready. They're literally waiting to have, I think they need a leather trim. And then for the, and then like turned and finished. And I'm like, fuck. Of course that's what happened. So anyway, I'm like, God dang it. So annoyed. You know, well, Dawson Creek, you'll have some options that I thought would be available at Hanami. Okay. Right, so all the interiors can be done. It's the exteriors that we need to figure out what we're doing the Amelia from. Belt bag exteriors are fine. Okay. I'm pretty sure I didn't write down where we're doing the Amelia, so yay, but I think I've got photos of all of them, so. Oh God, this is a long piece. Buckle up, buttercups. Okay. I wish there was a better way to do this, but I don't think there actually is. I think at this point, this is what it is. I am always curious if you would be able to put, so like when I'm ironing my yardages, I'm always thinking about like rotary irons, and I'm also curious if you would be able to put it, like if I did a tack down like this, could you then put the fabric through and have the rotary iron adhere the interfacing, like, or would it shimmy and shake even with the tack down, and then you'd end up with like a bunch of gunked up rotary iron rolls, right? The things I ponder while I'm adhering interfacing and cursing the fact that interfacing is 100% required for sewing bags. There is a reason why I did not use fusible interfacing for I was very resistant to fusible interfacing. That's because I hate having to iron this multiple times. A little bit more up here. There. Scoot it. All right. Down we go. Can actually go a little bit further than that. There we go. Actually, I do want you forward, so you're ahead of the wax canvas bit. By the way, if you haven't been around for Mama Berg Saga, I'm pretty sure Mama Bird's definitely back. I don't know If it's the same mama bird as last year, obviously I wouldn't be able to tell. But, or if it's like one of the daughters, but they are, the same bird is back. I think we figured out that it's a house finch. It's a little redheaded male and a very like sparrow looking female, but not. So anyway, yeah, I think I found out that it's a house finch. And at least as of the other day, they were definitely scouting out the nest that was here. So like, sweet. I love the fact that my backyard is somewhere that birds want to nest repeatedly too. Like 1 year, okay, fluke. But the fact that they're back is like, I'm so happy about it. I'm like, yes. So good. And they're not sparrows, which is also nice. Although, I still don't know if finches are, or these finches are native to Alberta, but they are not sparrows. We have enough sparrows. Okay. This piece is just going to keep going and going and going because it's a piece of kimono, and kimono just keep going and going and going. I sound like I'm complaining. I'm not complaining about that part of it. I might be whining a bit about the ironing of the interfacing. I am going to be whining about the fact that this is not as wide as it's supposed to be, or at least as advertised. Actually, I wonder if they've changed the description, or if this is just could be that just like one roll didn't get quite wide enough or something. I don't know. I don't know how this stuff works. Thing is, when you can't really like open up the roll and check it there, because right, or else you can't return it. And I purchased 2 at the same time, so they were not burnt by the other debacle of it being too light. It's definitely the same weight, at least, just not as wide, which means I gotta reconfigure my calculations. Actually, I think my calculations might be off now that I say that out loud. My calculations might be off anyway, considering that I think I'm doing my calculations for cost based on 42 inches, and this has never been 42 inches. I'm pretty sure it used to be 40, and now I'm pretty sure this is like 39. Yeah, not even 39. Yes, 39. And maybe 39 and a half if you stretch it. Which interfacing, it's not exactly like interfacing stretches. So, okay, so these pieces like this will go in and we'll tack, that's fine. We'll tack that down along the side there. That's what I should have been doing. I guess I could go in and do that anyway. These are all exterior pieces. Let's actually, yeah, okay, now that I'm like calmed myself down a bit from the whole Amelia thing for the bags, let's actually go in and see. Okay, so I'm going to do an Amelia from the red. We've already rescued it. We are doing a belt bag, 2 belt bags from the Floral River. We are doing an Amelia from another piece of that, which means that we probably also, okay, what piece was it? It was like, it doesn't matter but the exterior of it does need to be trimmed down. That's going to be belt bag. And that's something else. Is this the flap? I feel like that's big enough for the Amelia flap. Okay, so we need the flap to be able, yeah, okay, so there's the Amelia flap. Oh, right, because we're going to do it this way. Okay. And then the other thing that we need is we need the exterior for that, which was going to be this, wasn't it? I think. Yes, that's what I'm going to say that is. Okay. We are also going to need one more piece of the red for the exterior over there as well. So we'll figure that out afterwards. Okay. So there's one more. And then we're also doing one. we're doing one from the peonies, where this was, one of these pieces was the flap, and then two of these pieces were the crossbody, right? Because bonk, bonk. I'm pretty sure that was the piece. Because then that's the front of the kato, and that's, or the, not the kato, the traveler sling. And yeah, front and back. And then one of these pieces is the flap, and one of these pieces is the traveler sling. Manure, bottom. And rotary cutter's like wound up in the frickin', okay, it's at least locked. Jesus, okay. Mid front, okay, where the hell is it? Because I'm just like, I don't want to take the piece that fits the lower front. Actually, it looks like both pieces would fit the lower front. Okay, lower front and or the flap. We need the flap piece just to double check. Okay, next time we are setting the Amelia pieces aside in their own separate pile when we cut them, and then like for the exteriors. And then we'll deal with them afterwards. Okay. I feel like we were also going to make one out of the bamboo. And that's why we, oh no, that's, no, that feels right, but I don't see it. Okay. And then we're making one out of the, did I decide to make one out of the gradient? I don't think I did. No, I feel like we did. I also feel like I've decided to do one out of the other one too, but apparently not. Okay. Out of the bamboo, but I don't see it in there. So. All right. Let's continue on. Okay, so those actually, I'm really annoyed by how this sizing is different. And because I suddenly came into a lot of the smaller pieces. I know, less efficient, but we are going to scroll this back. We'll do a tack down now. If we're scrolling back, we'll tack down on this side too, so I don't have to worry about it. Then we can pop these pieces here. And those, and the like mini, or the traveler sling pieces and blah, 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 blah. Okay, and then I don't think either of those fit here. It almost does, but it doesn't quite. Okay, so these exterior pieces then. Bottom exteriors. No, no, maybe? I think that will. Yep, cool. Okay. That is the right way, right? No, it is not. La 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 la. Let's ignore that. Totally trying to adhere the wrong side. Not trying to adhere the wrong side at all. No. We totally can tell which side's the right side on that one. Okay, big piece, big piece. Belt bag, big piece, big piece. Too big, too big. all the big pieces for the slip pocket panels and the zipper pocket panels. Okay, we might be out of small pieces now. Damn it. Yeah, I think we are. Shit. Really? That's annoying. Nope, nope, those are 2 small pieces we can do. La 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 la. I really want a piece of bread now. Actually, I want a piece of bread and I want some tea. And it is 2:30. It might be time for, well, actually, when the timer goes off for the lasagna to go, because it has to like, oh God, that's going to be a nightmare. I have to like go take the film off of it and then it like cooks on top a little bit better. But yeah, that's going to be difficult. Were these both? Oh yeah, this was a belt bag piece, right? Or are we making an Amelia? No, we're making an Amelia out of, fuck, we got to figure out which one that is. Because I cut it so that we could get both the floral balls. That's right. Okay, so one of these is not like the others. And I don't know which. Okay, I think it might not be that one. That looks like the traveler sling front. This is the traveler sling back. That's lining, so it goes over here. Did I not take a picture of that? Shit. Okay. This is definitely the traveler sling front. Cool. So by process of elimination, traveler pouch, and then we go into the gradient one. God, Katie. Why? No, okay, we did do, okay, right. The back is actually patterned. Now I do remember that. Right. The back is patterned. So that would be this one. Right? Because I was like, we are going to go around a couple of the florals so that it looks really nice. Because then we could do a directional thing here. And then I think the other portion was up here. And then this is the piece for the travelers, the front, because I was a mess up on the zipper. Right? Okay. And then one of these is the zipper. One of these is the zipper piece. Okay, there's the, okay, that's the, is it that one? Or was this the one? There we go. That's the traveler sling, I think. And then I'm pretty sure this was the, yeah, I didn't take a picture of the back. Pretty sure that's the traveler sling. This is the front. Because I swear we also cut an Amelia, right? But we also need the zipper pouch. So this is the traveler sling because that's the fucked up cut for the zipper pouch. Yay. And then we also chose one, right. Did I already pull the peonies? I already pulled the peonies. Cool. Okay, that's really long. That is not. Okay, this is the main panel for the Dundurn. That's the zipper pocket panel for the Dundurn. That is the front traveler sling piece. Cool. So then I feel like this is actually the traveler pouch. Yeah, there we go. There's the traveler pouch back. Okay. Better a picture now than later, or than never. Okay, and then this feels like it is actually the, oh God, the, because right? Okay, yeah, because here's the flap, because I was trying to decide which way to put the flap. And then this was the body. Yep, okay, cool. So this whole piece just needs to sit over here and think about its ways for a moment while I spend more time dithering. Okay. I don't think there's any more small enough pieces along here, right? That's what we decided. Oh, maybe this. Yeah, that can definitely fit along here. Okay, cool. Okay, we're almost back to where we were, but realistically, we would have had to do these pieces anyway, so we may as well be... Scrolling back to do them now isn't realistically any more work in some ways, just annoying. Okay, and that's the next round that's going to go on for length, like for going up. After we get past these guys. Ooh, that was close. Bread and tea, bread and tea. Carbs and caffeine, carbs and caffeine. Do, 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 do. Nya, 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 nya. Dun, dun. Good. Pull it down, pull it down, pull it down. Yay! We're back to where we changed it up. Sweet. Okay, so press that down. Shoop-ba-doop, ba-doop-ba-doop. Good. And then this gets lined up here, and then I'm going to start putting this one in because, oh, it is skinnier. I made the mistake of showing the kids the Mana song one day. And now occasionally they're like, we want to hear the Mana song. And I'm like, no. Sorry. Special occasions only. Okay, that piece can go there. Right, because we're basically just interfacing the whole kimono, so we may as well just keep going on the same widths until we're done, really. And then we can do other stuff. Oh, we are actually coming up on the lasagna being finished already. Holy crap. Okay. It's almost 3. Okay, so actually, yes. Once we are done these pieces, let's prioritize getting the exterior pieces done. Now that we figured out what is and isn't Amelia pieces, because I do want to get these like done. And interface or scotch guarding. I don't think that's happening today, but oh well. Okay, we're still just going to, we will focus on them anyway. I guess if nothing else, I can finish those up tonight. I can spray them once. Maybe I do actually bring them up downstairs and spray them out on the deck, which would A, help them dry faster, and B, mitigate garage fumes. It's too bad it's not something like so with Sparks, it's like, oh yeah, there we go. There's the lasagna alarm. Sparks is only an hour long. It can drop off a little bit early. But it's like nowhere near enough time to come home and do anything and then go back out. So it's like, yeah. All right. Alarm for the lasagna just went off. I am going to go do that. I'm going to get tea and bread, and I'll be right back. Okay. Good. I was like, wait, did I bring my freaking microphone back down? But we're good. We're set. Let's get this nonsense done. Lasagna is done. Bread is done. So I need to go for a run, but I am changing my program. And we're doing just easy. Anyway, ooh. Disassociation time, apparently. Oh, I did not press that on yet. Okay. So, goal is still to get all the interfacing done. I have to head out at 4 p.m. No matter what I do. So, goal still is to get the interfacing on here, and then we're not ready for Scotch guarding. That's fine. Part of what we'll do tonight is get it steam pressed, and I will get it Scotch guarded, maybe outside. If the kids are asleep soon enough and I still have light outside, I think I'll set the table up outside and do it so that at least one coat's done outside. Should dry again faster. We're very dry here in Alberta. So it should work. Although actually it's windy, so it would blow dust onto it. Damn it. Okay, well, we'll spray it in the garage. At least it'll be overnight. And then I can probably do another spray session before I go to bed. That's what we're going to assume. We will work under the assumption that I can get both sprays done before bed. I think that's a fair assumption. Do I have something wider still? I think the stripies are wider. I hope they're wider. Yes, they are wider. Good. Just so I don't have such a big gap in between the two. You are still folded down. You did not get fully pressed open. Oh well. La 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 la. Is this the right side or the wrong side? I can't tell anymore. It looks the same both ways. Actually, it looks like this is probably the right side because of where how the fold lines are folding. Okay, I don't think I've got any more skinny pieces to go along the side here. Annoying. Oh well. Just have a bunch of pieces that are like really long bookmark strips and wristlet strips, I guess. I don't know. Super annoying. Oh well. Okay. There. That is a more manageable length of like obi or kimono to work with. And I can place it all up like that. Okay. And then, okay. Okay. Apparently okay is the word of the hour. I'm like, what else needs to go on here? Because I see another piece of the pink. 2 more pieces of the pink. Oh, there's a piece that could have gone along there. Whatever. We can do it from here. It is a lot longer than the pieces we're working with right now, but that's okay because we can piece some stuff in here. Make sure that we get as much as you can piece fusible interfacing fairly easily. It's still a pain in the butt, and it can still have a little bit of impact on like how things sew together. Not enough that I worry about it, but like enough that it is a consideration. So being able to do as much as we can in the same area is still better. In future, probably what I should do is just open up the kimono and press the whole goddamn thing. Because realistically, when we're doing stabilizer, we're putting stabilizer on the exterior pieces, not the interior pieces. Majority of the time. There are some exceptions, but not very many. So I think next time we'll just assume that we're going to use all of the kimono with some sort of stabilizer. Because when do we put any kimono into a bag? Like, they're all going into bags, so they all need stabilizers. I don't know what I'm thinking. Why are we cutting stuff down already? May as well just interface everything. Now, live and learn. It's also just time consuming. And it does seem like we typically are working on these, like, right before events. La 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 la. It's not my fault. It's totally my fault. Well, it's not my fault this time because these are new. So, you know, if I had worked on a lot of stuff before Japan, I wouldn't be working on these right now. Right? Okay. That piece can go there. We'll have a little bit of a gap. That's fine. Actually, that, yeah, if I gap them a bit and then line, yes. Yeah. Actually, no. Line them up above that. There we go. Yes, again, yes, there will be a gap. But if we can fill a whole, fuck this, we're gonna iron this a bit. If we can fill a whole portion, I will feel less guilty about that gap. Again, doesn't need to be perfect, but this is not, oh, here, this is the other portion, right? This is the interior for, and one exterior piece for the Amelia. Okay, so this doesn't actually go under yet because we need to do the stabilizer for a portion of that. Okay. Alrighty. I gotcha. Okay, so we might actually finish because, well, no, never mind. Like, we might finish because there's not actually that much here. There's quite a bit there. Never mind. Still got this one to go. And apparently we still have this long piece to go, so that might need to go here. Yeah, that can go there. Doesn't take up as much room anyway. Actually, no, follow the same rules as you've had before. Line them up on the side. Telus just texted. He's like, and I completely forgot. He was like, I'm going to call you tomorrow. And I'm like, cool. And yeah, both of us blanked that he was going, well, I don't think he actually did. But he's like, it's way too busy. I'm like, yeah, it's fine. I'm further and farther behind than I thought I was going to be right now. So further ahead and farther behind. It's all good. Shit happens. It's very rare that he can actually call me in the middle of the day anyway, so. Okay, I'm being a little bit more diligent with these ones because there is so much thread on the back of these that if I'm not, it's just going to fall off the interfacing. Doesn't matter what I do, right? So, all right, that should be okay. Okay, and then that's going to be, that's the interior for it, right? I think so. No, that portion just rolled off. Oh well. Okay, and this looks like it's wandering, so let's make sure it's in here. Nope. Good. Come on. Up. Ho, 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 ho. Come on. Nope. This is what I mean about the shimming, even on the freaking like grippy interfacing. It's all like, what do you mean you want me to stay in the right spot and not move around? All right, that's better. Now, when we do actually steam press these, I will put a press cloth between them. mostly because it will actually stay on the fabric for 10 seconds. Obviously, again, we are just doing tap, tap, tap down. Does it work perfectly? No, but does it work the best or work better than what we were doing before? Yes, absolutely. Okay. Are we almost done? No, we're not. Oh my God. Am I mentally done? Yes. Yes, I am. Wine. I probably need more water too. Yeah. Guys, we have a partially used water bottle. Where the fuck did it go? I've got 2 others here, but those things regularly wander off and I still don't understand how. I think it's a universal sewing experience. And now this is totally picking up threads. Lovely. Fantastic. Just what we always wanted. The big thing that I worry about is it's like I know that these leak. So it's like I would prefer them to stay upright. Thank you very much. Don't need a leaking thing on my carpet. Yes, my spout filler is already broken. I don't remember how it happened. I think I might have tried to yank it back too far or something like that. Ooh, and that is very full. Fuller than it should be, as always. Fuck. Come back! There we go. I almost grabbed the other, oh God. I almost grabbed the other side. I am glad I had some self-preservation there for a moment. All right, tea. We needed tea. That's what the slurping was the tea. I don't know what it is, but it's really nice. We used to be subscribed to a like tea box basically from Japan, Sakurako, which is really nice. It was really nice over the pandemic actually. That was when we got most of the boxes. It wasn't quite what we ended up wanting when we were looking for stuff. We thought that it would be more like konbini snacks and stuff like that. A little bit more lowbrow. No, it's all highbrow. But it did give us some really nice teas, and we're still working through them like 4 years later. It's fine. It's all good. I don't think tea expires. It's just a best before date, right? So, especially given how they're packaged. So. But, yeah, anyway, I'm enjoying one of those. It was it had something about New Year's on it, I think. And it tastes like it might be barley tea mixed with something. I really enjoy barley tea, to be honest. So. All right. We're well over halfway through what we actually need to press. As much as I might be complaining about it, we are getting there. And we have got a shocking amount of work done, to be honest. Actually, yes, and I was just thinking we should still probably go in and do the stabilizer interfacing combo for the Amelia, because then I can still go in and Scotch guard them today. Again, if they don't get sewn, they don't get sewn, right? But at least they have the opportunity potentially. There's one thing that I really did approve of with the Otacoat, which is a gel coating for this, was that it did not sink like the Scotch guard. It still took took just as long to dry and everything like that. The Scotch guard is actually, I think, faster that way. But yeah, it was like, did not have the same amount of scent, which was really nice. Just meaning that like I have to finagle how I do the Scotch guard a bit more. And I was just thinking, it's like, it wouldn't actually save me that much time either, because realistically, you still want the interfacing on before you do the Oda coat anyway. So same, right? Because it is a gel, and I think it kind of plasticizes a bit. At least that's what it kind of, that was the impression I gained when I was experimenting with it, because I did try it. But what ended up happening is it was not color fast on the silks. Shoo, that's considering that probably the majority of what I have is silk. It's no, unfortunately no. But that's also why you test stuff out. Okay, we are into slip. Okay, I'm going to actually ignore those pieces for just a moment. We are going to finish up the pieces that aren't tagged to anything right now. And then we'll go in and we'll do the slip pocket panels and stuff. I know we've done some of the slip pocket panels. That's fine. It's just that they're in a nice stack there. And so we're going to leave them in a stack there for a moment. Actually, let's do this piece here. And then these pieces can be done together. And then we'll go in and we'll do the floral river. Like that. Good. Anyway, I have until 4, and then I have to head out for my run. It's only like a half-hour run, but I need to also like prep the dinner to take and make sure I've got the Girl Guide stuff. Should actually make sure that they're even meeting today. Damn it. That's also important information to have. Also just realized I need to also pay them for cookies. Okay, there we go. Then we're gonna do this. Right here. Oh, this is such a gorgeous obi. I'm so excited to use it. And this one can go beside it. Right here, and honestly that's a pretty close like height match, which is pretty damn cool. I'm gonna try and tuck some of that embroidery in, because honestly the interfacing will help lock the threads a bit. Thank goodness. It does help stop the fray at least a little bit. Those are definitely not done there, and those are something else, but I do have a couple more pieces of it. So I may as well just line up as many as we can get. There we go. And actually, if I shimmy this down, then those are in line. That was hot steam. Ooh, something just sizzled. That's not good. Oh, never mind. It's okay. It's not good, but it's the threads shifting around. It's all like it or something. Something's up, but nothing disastrous. Nothing's getting damaged yet. We're good so far. Yeah. Yay, we have like some blank spots that can actually be pressed. A little, okay, it's a little water drops, that's okay. Okay, good. All the floral river is ready. Oh, it's really heavy, holy crap. That's not me pulling it down right now, that is actually that obi. It's like, yeah, I am highly embroidered. Of course I'm heavy. Okay, let's lay out the next pieces, which I'm going to do the fans here. Actually, we'll start over here. Fans. That's going to be something. I can't remember what. Oh, never mind. That's the freaking, that's the panel that just needs extra. These are going to be the zipper panels. Okay. And then this is also the slip pocket panel, I think. That looks like a slip pocket panel. It's right height, I think. Tuck the embroidery threads in because this will help seal them in at least a little bit. Ooh. Yeah, that definitely needs a good press under the steam press. Holy shit. Now this one I got to be a bit faster on because it's not happy with the iron. Which tells me it might have some polyester in the blend. It's fine. It just, or it could be the threads are just angry. Because I know ironing it out, it was not happy. This one is fine. This one is not. And that's fine. Just be fast. And again, it's not, we're not looking for like perfectly pressed on stuff. We're looking for that tack down so that when we go, like now I can just trim them down instead of cutting the interfacing. And then the interfacing and the obi being angry at each other because they're both slippery. Even with the like grip on the actual stuff. I totally missed a piece of floral ribbon. Never mind. And that looks like it's probably its pocket as well. Sweet. Okay, well that's good. Okay. Last two from this. Now the question is, do I go in? Yes. Now we go in. We'll cut the stabilizer for the Amelia bags. Ugh. Do we? And then do we just press them onto here? Or do we, yeah, because like, Or do we ignore the Amelia bags until, I think we ignore the Amelia bags until after piece. They are adorable. They will get done. But I'm just realizing the logistics of, we got to figure out, well, we have to cut the stabilizer and then we have to like either trim it down and press it. We can do that. What time is it though? 3:30. By the time I got all these trimmed down, it would be time to go for the kids. Or to go do all the other things for today. What's this? Oh shit. Those are actual cuts. Oh god damn it. Why is there more left? Okay, those are definitely cuts. Right? Yes, those are both actual cuts. This was a piece to add on. No, we're not touching it. I also feel like we were going to use that navy and then we didn't cut anything from it. I don't get it. Okay. And there's another Sakura gradient cut too. Okay. So, never mind, we're not done yet. Hang tight, we're not done yet. Okay, stabilizer. Amelia bags. Yeah, it's not that much extra work. It's a little bit extra work. Should have done it when I was doing the other stuff. Okay. Oh yeah, those are like the interior slip pockets, I think. For the dundern. Except that we do also still need to cut the wax canvas as well. Shit. I also feel like this might be a cut for the Amelia right here. Did I make notes on that? No, I didn't. I have the belt bag and I have the thing, and I'm pretty oh yeah, okay, no, this is the flap. Pretty sure this is the flap. And then, because then yep, that'll be the flap. Come here, don't delaminate on the frickin' thing. And then there was a piece of rest fabric down here, just gradient, that was actually intended for it too. Right, this one. Because then we could, I think it went this way. And then one piece was like silver and one piece is the pink gradient. Yeah, there we go. Okay, even if not, that's what we're gonna go with. Sweet. Okay, yep, we're done. We're done because my brain is obviously toasting, except for these pieces that are falling off. Where'd you come from? Right there. Okay. All right, well, trim down time, and then that is a case of, woo! Especially since the embroidery pieces are like, rah! Screaming as they fall off, obviously. Okay. Trim it down. Oh, you're not even tacked down yet. Let's tack you down. And you too, because you are going to fall off and hurt yourself. It will not actually hurt itself. It's not sentient, but, you know, damage itself. I thought that I pressed up here enough that it wasn't a big deal. Okay, done. If we do Amelia's, we'll do Amelia's later. Scissors. Snippy, snippy. Sweepy, sweepy. Because we mostly just sweep, sweep across. Okay, yeah, because we still have to cut the wax canvas. That's the reality check right there. We still need to wrangle the wax canvas. Goddamn. Yeah. It isn't bad. It's just annoying, to be honest. Yep. Okay, let's have at here. Okay. Now we are going to make a bit of a pile for these. I'm pretty sure these are, oh, I don't know what those are now. Never mind. Okay. I know these are to become slip pocket panels, so I'm going to pop the little marker beside it at least. Okay, and then these are something. I actually don't know what. It's all good. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Fine. Okay, now I know this is a zipper pocket panel, this one, because I want to use that maker's mark for the top. Yeah, see, it's like, there we go. Now it's flat. I feel like, I don't know what those are for either. Okay, we're gonna just stack up all the fabrics into their own fabric piles, unless it's very obvious. And then we will figure it out after we get everything steam pressed, because we still have to separate the piles. Anyway, this big blank spot in the middle was that falling off. So we're not worried about it. We're just cutting around it for now. Okay, peonies. So river floral, fans, peonies. The fans are actually almost done for what's going, except for their interior, so that's good. I do know that this is just a dunder, and that's easy enough at least. Okay, that's everything else that has the giant question mark of like, Nyum. 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 This is why I try to like match the heights of everything, because honestly it would just be easier, but you know, whatever. Okay. Heavy. That would have been a heavy obi to wear. Holy. All right. Kudos to the whoever did. Okay. Peonies. Whee! Whee! Alright, up again. Yeah, because we already pulled the Amelia from this, so we don't have to worry about that. So one of these pieces is going to be the one thing, and one piece is going to be something else. I don't know which is which right now. So what did we decide? We are going to do the full, right, because we're doing a different, I got photos of it, never mind. We're doing the one direction, like the long lengthwise direction for the traveler sling, but then the front is like the other direction. So we'll figure it out soon. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. It is. If anything, it's cat problems. I'm not worried. Well, non-cat problems are impacting the business right now, but there's zilch I can do about it. So here we are. We're just gonna pretend everything's okay. Yay. All right. Clippy, 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 clip. There. And then along here. And then through here. And then we're going to go here. Okay, so that's that one. I think that's the back for the traveler sling. That's what we decided. Yeah, that's what I have photographed at the end. And this is something else. I think this is actually the front of the traveler sling, right? Oh my god, that kimono, stripy one, did not want to stick. Okay, so what we're going to do is again, we'll go, because it's supposed to be all the way up here. Okay, actually that's what we'll do is we'll clip it up here, and then at least it's like in situ for trimming. And if I stop letting it roll down, it shouldn't like roll right off of the fabric or interfacing in theory. We can hope that that's how it's going to work. So there and here, and then we'll deal with the rest of it afterwards. All right, that is a clear clip. Let's get it out of the way. Okay, so that's another piece of that. I'm pretty sure we're through all the peony stuff. So I'm gonna put these up there. And because I'm pretty sure this is the last cuts of this for now. Okay. Now I think we're mostly into the big stuff. The long kimono pieces. So now there is a little bit of a strategy for these guys. It's actually a lot of the time better to work from this side, wildly enough, because then you can work with the grain and then just have to cut across instead of, so I can cut up now instead of cutting down. I know it doesn't maybe make sense, but like, way easier to do it this way along this length instead of like, yeah, I find it easier at least. Okay, and then we're going to trim across here. We'll trim up here. Okay. Lining pieces, lining pieces, lining pieces, lining pieces. Okay, so I'm gonna have to account for the fact that this is not as wide. Now, I'm doing my cotton cuts too. Whoops. Because like before it was 2 inches short because it was 40 inches, and now it's 3 inches short because it's 39 inches. Okay, those are some exteriors for traveler's things. This is something for interior. Who knows? We'll figure it out when we need to figure it out. I honestly do think, yeah, we just start going in and interfacing the whole freaking kimono, because that would honestly save us a lot of mental energy. Being like, what is this for? And what is this for? No, you just all get interfaced. Maybe that is something that I get Dallas to do over the summer. Because it's like, this is pretty straightforward work. And if he's interfacing, that saves me a lot of time. All right. There's one big long piece for interior slip pockets. I do have it written down which bags they're going into, because I knew I would forget, and yeah, I don't remember, even though I wrote it down. Yay. I'm at that fun place where it's like, okay, is this like mom brain, or is this like perimenopause? Yay, what a fun guessing game. Not. My doctor's like, you're too young. And I'm like, my mom was showing signs at this point. So one thing I kind of disagree with you on. She is good about doing testing and stuff at least, but like, yeah. All right. Morty. I have text messages. Oh, wait. I know one of them, I think. Okay. We are going to make a small pile of interfacing scraps on the floor. Right there. Right behind us. So they're not in our way while we're cutting. Whee! No, not so wee. What the heck? Come on. Okay, just make sure I'm not like picking up extra layers. I am not. Okay, and then this needs to be trimmed across. Right here. Trimmed up. Right here. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Zip. Not so satisfying zip. Actually, this is more of a zoom. There we go. And then we're going to go here, and we're going to go all the way up like this. Nope, just extra threads, not actually fabric. Whee! Okay, I think we're going to get this sheet trimmed down, and then I'm going to head out. So I'm not pushing too close to my timelines. Just a little bit close to my timelines. Okay, and then... Oh, actually, I guess it depends on how quickly we get through this, because realistically, the other sheet isn't that large, actually. So we'll still finish this first, and then make our decision from there, I guess. I don't know anymore. I'm like, I still have to cut all of this down. Oops. And like, make all the pieces work. Oops. I did think this would be faster. Oops. Oh well. gonna do? I am going to shift focus tonight because of, well, we're gonna finish enough so that we can get the Scotch Guard on, and then I'm gonna shift focus tonight so that we get the Kato done, because the Kato will sell no matter what. And then we'll move back into these Damn, I need to tidy up a bit upstairs. I need to like catch up on the dishes a bit. So tomorrow, oh, and I gotta go into the city. Fuck, I've only got like 2 more days. I can get a lot done in 2 days. Especially considering we had, what, 2 days and we finished like 15 Kato, and that was start to finish pretty much. And we cut a lot more than 15 Kato as well. We can do it. We'll finish Kato tonight and tomorrow. It's like, should I clean tonight or should I clean tomorrow? Tidy. Tidy up is not really cleaning. It's like, make sure the dishwasher is like either run or like, yeah, make sure all the clean dishes are on the dishwasher sort of shit, right? So, yay, housekeeping. Hate housekeeping. Okay. Yeah, you really didn't want to get adhered, hey? Okay, well, you got partially adhered here. So that's good. I'm going to make sure that you're lined up then. Here, and then we're going to shimmy you up appropriately. And you're just going to, well, like when I go to actually press it in the steam press, I'll do a half layer press on the one side, and then I can remove the clips once it's like started, I guess. I don't know. Or we'll do length, actually it'll probably be lengthwise, so we can remove clips as we get them across the bed sort of thing. Right? Good enough. Okay. Okay, that's as wide as it goes. So in that case, I am going to leave a little bit more to that side then. And then, yeah, we'll press it based on this side then. And then I can pull, yeah, one press that way and then press the rest lengthwise. Okay. Cool. It just like, yeah, it didn't adhere at all. Interesting. Usually there's at least like I don't know, half dozen glue dots that tack it down. Right? Might not be perfectly adhered, but it's usually like tacked. Oh well, whatever. Okay, last 2 pieces here. And then yeah, I'll definitely go in and do the thing, the other sheet, because then it's done. And then all of these just need to have their interfacing steam pressed. And then Scotch guarded. And then we'll go in and, oh God, that piece also fell off. Yeah, okay, so the striped obi and the striped kimono and this red obi are both very upset about being on the interfacing for some reason. So like these pieces are having a really hard time staying. All right. Well, guess what? You are going to go on a steam press next. So you will have no choice but to stick. Okay. Steam press, Scotch guard, steam press, Scotch guard, steam press, Scotch guard. That's all we gotta do. And then the trim downs for bags. So steam guard, steam press, Scotch guard, then the final trim down. Dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah, the way I was doing it, it was way better. Okay, good to know. Oh well. We'll stay on the struggle bus for this one because there's not that many pieces, I guess. Okay, good. I'm gonna have that song stuck in my head, I'm sorry. Oh, and the bamboo too. What the heck? All the pieces are struggling. We're all on the struggle bus. Are we surprised? No, I am not actually, but ew. It's like, may as well just pull it off. Okay. Excellent. Okay, but at least it's got its piece right there. You just trim it. Zoom, 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 zoom. And trim it. that. And then we're just going to fold it in place. And then this piece is kind of adhered, but that makes sense because it has zero barrier to adherence because it's just a piece of silk. Not just, but you know, it doesn't have like any embroidery threads on the back or anything. And it's like very little weight to have to contend with. Same as these two pieces. Okay, like that. And here, like this. Hell yes. Good. Good. Okay, at least it's easy to tell what those cuts are because those are both slip pockets for the dendern. I don't know why my brain has been able to tag those as the slip pockets, but here we are. I'll take my wins where I can get them. Thank you very much. Okay, especially when this is all like messy and fighting. Okay, there we go. And I think this is the piece that we're going to put that the red is supposed to be on. I don't know now. Like, where was the red? I'm pretty sure it was here. If not, we'll just press it and put it on the. Okay, sorry, I'm just realizing that is an argument to do the main lining pieces and the slip pocket as two cuts, because then you can like. It can go across the fabric a bit easier. So it could go lengthwise or widthwise instead of lengthwise. Okay, there is the bamboo piece. Excellent. This bamboo piece is the piece for the traveler sling. Excellent. Then this looks like it should be the piece for the red obi. And this is why typically we're tacking it down now, is because then I don't have to spend all this time being like, ooh, which one is this for? And this for? No. Right, so, okay. Thank fuck, we're done. This portion. Right? Done enough. Done enough. The next step is the steam press. Okay, yes, that is actually that one's piece. But it is time for me to head out for my run and picking up the children's and all those other sundry tasks. And then I'll come back tonight and we'll steam press. My brain really doesn't like that. My brain's like, no, you still have an hour until you need to leave, but I need to run. Because if I don't get some running in me, I'm going to die on this next half marathon. I'm going to die on this next half marathon anyway. Hyperbole. But like it's already going to be extremely difficult because I haven't done, like I've got 5 weeks. And I have done 0 training. And so, oh my God. I'm going to be so sore on that Monday. I'm compromising with myself. I am going to pull the steam press out. And then that step is ready. So we can just like come downstairs and get pressing. So let's do that. It's going to basically replace the iron. I will probably not come online to do the steam press because steam pressing is just so tedious. And honestly, I would love to listen to my audiobook while doing it. And then I may or may not be back on tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. Actually, when I get back with the kids is when I could do the dishes. And that's the main thing I need to do is just make sure that the kitchen is tidy. Although there is some work stuff in there that just needs to wait until I can pack the truck. I got a new spinny rack for the booth, which is super exciting. Because it'll hold, it'll take a lot of stuff off my tables. Like the, I'll take the scissors and keychains and a few other things that have always just been a little bit oddball on the table. And then I can put them all on the spinny rack in the spinny rack. rack is good and it's the right height, and it's not like, I've had spinny racks before, but the issue that I've had with them when I went to use them now is that they're really like long. So the arms are like 12 inches on all sides. So that's quite a large footprint. It's like 24 inches, right? And they also were just like, they were scary. I was like, ooh, someone's gonna like poke an eyeball out. These ones still have the same shape, but they're only like 6 inches, I think, ish, give or take a bit, about 15 centimeters. And that feels way less dangerous than a 24-inch spinny rack. So anyway, there we go. There's my compromise. Now it's time to go. I know I want to keep working, but I gotta go, right? Yeah, I gotta go. Okay, I'll chat with y'all soon. Thanks for joining me today. This was, even though I'm complaining, we still got a shit ton of work done. So I'm actually quite pleased. Anyway, I'll chat with y'all